All right, recording's going.
All right. Well, we'll see how long my voice lasts, but at least for the moment, I think it's starting okay.
It sounds better.
Yeah, you do sound better.
I'm trying to talk. We'll see how long that actually lasts. So, uh, hello, everybody. I think it's very, very early for Foxy, so she might need a minute. But if we can, let's try to start with last time on Dungeons and Dragons. Where did we begin? What had happened at the beginning of last session?
Syl agreed to become a knight of summer.
Oh yeah.
True. Yeah, a little bit of a holdover from the session before, where we kind of put it on pause and said, "Hey, we'll discuss it next time." But yes, so Syl is a summer knight, and no one else sort of took the mantle as well.
Also,
Um,
let's talk about the quick payoff for that decision.
Oh yeah.
I mean, not all of these things have to be, you wait a year to get a payoff. Sometimes.
Sometimes you don't get eaten immediately.
So, but yeah, so that was the decision before. You guys were starting in Three Trees, in the House of Lord Stone Tree. And what was going on in the House of Lord Stone Tree?
Um, so I think the moment we get back, the beacons that protect the city were asking to be recharged by the ship. So apparently they had just been offline.
Mm.
Hmm.
Uh, and everyone in town is in awe of the ship hovering over the house.
And what else?
Um, Lord Stonetree was kind of getting chewed out by an Eladrin, oil on water.
So
Um,
before we get to that, so the
okay.
people were sort of equally
There
in
was
awe
a
of two things.
there was a bunch of new
Oh yeah.
plant growth, like massive vegetables and
Oh
trees,
yeah, yeah,
and
yeah.
there was someone showing a massive eggplant to their friend.
Yeah, so there was all this incredible growth happening, and then after you guys kind of took stock for a second, saw the ship was there. That's when you guys headed down to find Lord Stone Tree, and that's where we get him being sort of chewed out. So I'm sorry. Continue one.
Okay, yeah. So
You got a sending before we went down.
that's true too. Yeah, I had gotten a sending from Aegis, like right when we got back, where he was requesting information about the dragon and also for a progress update for On when we got a chance. Um, And so I replied to that, but it was like he it felt like it went to like an answering machine essentially. Um, so we'll see what happens there. And so when we talked to Oil and Water, she had a Goliath companion with her who's a smith who was, I guess we thought running that smithy that was working when we came in. And I guess because of like the energy with Clotho, overnight he was able to make this like insane Dragon Slayer sword um, that everybody was very excited about. And he was telling us about Bedwyr Lugos, who um, it was a storm giant who helped his father slay one of the dragons that comes out around the storm, and that was around 450 years ago, two storms ago.
So to be clear, not his father, like his ancestor.
Yes, his great father. That's what I have written down.
Yes.
Yes.
So from their perspective, great father means uh, like a notable ancestor, right? So
Yeah, totally. But it was like we had heard of another Lugos who was not Bedwyr Lugos.
Yeah.
Who, and that guy was apparently also slayed a dragon, is that right? Or was important for
I
other
guess
reasons?
that's a question. So who is the other Lugos that you guys have uh, been in contact with? Is the wrong word, but become aware of, I guess, is the phrase.
Let's see.
I think it was something with the passage that Renata translated, right? Was he the like spit in Sight Killer's eye guy?
So that actually, let's see if I have Renata's translation. I think. I'm trying to see where you guys learned about this part.
The
Because
only
there
thing
is,
I have on Kadok Lugos is from the conversation with Skrit, where he gives like a
Mm,
timeline. And we have Kadok Lugos was born, and then he died, and there was a great storm in the Reach around the same time.
mm,
so the thing that you got from Renata, which you also got from Skrit sort of as part of that conversation, is that the translation wasn't said by Alugos, but that um, that sort of passage, that chant or whatever it was that you guys heard, does seem to be connected to the Lugos family.
mm.
Um, and Kadok Lugos, you guys did get that name. You guys got it from two different places. One was the birth and death from Skrit, and there's another spot that you guys encountered it, if you remember. If you don't, that's not that big of a deal because it'll come back up again, probably.
I thought Kadok Lugos was the person that the one scholar thought wrote the giant poem or something. Or is
Yeah,
that way up first?
that's what I'm kind of like partially remembering.
So you did get that was Luke. That was something Lugos. Kadok Lugos specifically was that was the one that died around the time of the first storm in the Reach, and you guys got a little bit of extra information in regards to the. I'm trying to remember what he calls it. I think he calls it the monument. Okay, my notes from Hatterai. So when you talk to Hatterai, he talks about the way that Kadok Lugos died was fighting against helping some of the peoples of the Reach fight against an invasion from below, from the Underdark.
Yeah, yeah,
You guys
yeah.
remember this now?
Hmm.
And so that's the whole thing of like, oh, he was born here, died here. Okay, how did he die? Oh, he died in the Reach fighting against creatures from the Underdark. And the monument is a monument to all of the people that died fighting against that invasion from beneath.
And that we thought corresponded with the first storm.
Yes, so it seems like it's not 100%, but it's close-ish to the first
Hmm.
storm. Was something that you guys had taken a note of.
And now we think we understand that the storms are basically like a storm giant's way of celebrating a thing.
Well, that where did you get that from, and what was the phrasing?
We got it
Uh,
from Clotho. I don't remember the specific music.
hmm,
So the woman that would become Clotho. So there's kind of two separate things, right? There's the woman, and then there's the sort of the entity of
spirit.
Clotho.
The
Yeah.
lyric.
So the Leric of Clotho, and then there's the person. So the person who would become the Leric, she talked about who she was, and who was she before she became Clotho.
She was a Goliath, right?
She was a Goliath, yeah. So she lived at what's called the doll. She called it the doll house. So her parents were people at the doll house. They lived in the giant city that was here, and they lived in what is now the Reach. And she talked a little bit about how she had been to these like festivals and things where, yeah, if the giants were doing things like throwing these big festivals, it was always raining because there was this sort of excitement in the air, and the giants would create sort of natural changes. So when you guys talk about, she talks about it going to a party and it was storming during the party, and if it wasn't, there'd be like some sort of, it'd be really really dull.
Mm.
So we got some information about the giants and that sort of stuff. And then kind of bringing us back to this conversation with Oil on Water and with Lord Stonetree, what was that? What was happening with that conversation between the two of them? Dacron wanted to do something. Oil on Water wanted something else.
Dacron was telling him about his plans to go with us, and Oil on Water was not happy about the fact that one of the Lords of Three Trees was leaving with a group of strangers.
Not just unhappy. What was her sort of perspective on things?
He had responsibilities that he had to take care of and couldn't just leave without planning for them or asking others to do them.
Hmm.
Right. So, and she sort of put a time limit on how long he's allowed to be gone.
Oh, yeah, and there was a specific word, and it wasn't a week. It was a word she used anyway. And what was it, 10 days, I think we had?
It's a ride. Yeah. So it's a 10-day. All right. So you had Oil on Water, who was one of the other lords. She kind of expressed her skepticism of you all. And then you had Gofint, who's the smith that you guys had crafted the sword. He had some other slight thing that was going on. He showed the sword, and Griffle, if you're feeling up to it, what was his deal? Like, what did he actually want from this whole thing?
Ultimately, to know what caused the sword to become more powerful and if we could replicate it.
And also to kill dragons.
Also promised that he would either give us the sword or make us ones like it if we could get the similar power source for him again. But he seemed pretty keen. I think he said something about how when the storm ends, it's the time to go hunting dragons. And we weren't particularly happy about that.
Yeah. So the idea of this weapon is the most powerful thing they've made, and for him, it's not so much, oh, I have this cool thing. There's this sort of difference of he's the smith. Like I want to know how this was made. I want to know how this happened. I want to be able to recreate the situations so that I have the capacity to craft this. I don't want the, you can tell from him, he doesn't want this to be a one-off. He wants to understand how he was able to make this amazing thing so that he can do it again, or maybe even teach others.
Good luck.
We're
So-
very good at finding answers, so I'm sure we'll be able to help this guy out.
Mhm.
Totally. So that's what happens with the people kind of in that main room at the Lord's Manor. Where do we go from there?
So we returned to the ship, and things were like a little out of sorts. We tried to get in touch with Al Shaib, and we couldn't. And the ritual circle was like powered down, and we never really figured out why.
Hadrai said
Um,
something about the deal he made with Al Shaib and it taking a lot more effort because of partial healing, I thought,
Mhm.
is what we boiled it down to.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it didn't seem like that was for sure it. That was just like a
Hypothesis.
hypothesis.
And what else was out of sorts on the ship?
The creature in Containment Lab 2, was it? The big blobby creature that creates things out of thin air. And that got even worse as we went through the portal at the bottom of the lake, which is coming up.
Well, and we figured out that it reacts really strongly to Fey energy. Like particularly Syl really agitated it, and he is a summer knight now.
Correct. So the whatever it is that's contained in Laboratory 2 reacts strongly to Fae.
And we know that it's aberrant, right? And we know that it's like in some way related to the adversary.
That is the assumption, yes. I don't think you guys have anything that's like clear cut. This is what this is.
Oh yeah, and then we had that whole thing where we thought maybe it's like a beacon. Like maybe it is what the beacon is, because we know the beacons are Forerunner technology, and now we seem to know that Forerunner technology is really like the war machines of the adversary.
Who is an outsider, right?
Yes, has been called that, I think.
Yes. So you get back on the ship. Kind of, we don't know exactly what's going on with this. We have we have a hypothesis. We don't know exactly what's going on with, you don't know what's going on with Al Shaib and the wards. You don't exactly know what's going on with the creature in Laboratory 2. You have some theories and some ideas and decide to head off to, begin a year-long voyage to find this lair.
Mm-hmm.
And so let's bring me up to, we're going to go into this portal.
So what was the reasoning for why we thought there was something at the bottom of the lake?
That's what Clotho said, right? The last she had seen of.
Yeah, the portal. I think, right?
So
Yeah.
Clotho said she doesn't know where it is now, but the last that she knew, it was at a natural portal to the Feywild or to the wilds at the bottom of the lake.
And as we were going down, there was like this stuff floating in the water, and Griffle deduced that it was bone dust. So we were kind of hypothesizing that there was some sort of predator that was maybe eating Leviathan, and that's why there were no Leviathan in the lake.
I believe the
Or
initial
few.
thought was that going through the portal would vaporize you, but yes, at some point it got to, there might be some sort of predator down here.
Yeah. Well, because I think you described it as like owl pellets or something, right? Like Griffle thought that was what was going on with the.
Actually, Griffle had an amazingly good roll, and was able to deduce that it was like the snakes that she saw on the shores near the Undead Lands, part of the south. So she was much closer than you might think initially.
Mm.
And so you guys head through the portal the first time, and what happens on the far side of the portal? And Foxy, if you could, since you're the touch point for the ship.
Yes, absolutely. Sorry, it just takes me a moment to unmute.
all good.
So we went through and were immediately jammed by the presence of another beacon, which Griffle explained, like we have one of, if not possibly the most powerful beacons in the world that I know of. And like so far a step above any beacon that any individual vessel should like by rights have. That if we're getting jammed and it's not even a struggle, whatever is jamming us is like way out of our league. It's like way too powerful for us to deal with, and so we fled. We went back through the membrane, went back through the portal.
So you go back through the portal, back to the prime material plane, and what happens then?
There's a bunch of warnings going off on the ship because containment in Lab 2 is suddenly drawing a lot more power.
Right. So you stepped into the wilds, and the creature that reacts negatively to wilds creatures went haywire.
And then that critter on the other side, like, I think was trying to lure us like an anglerfish by projecting what we did not initially know at the time was an illusion of an injured whale.
Somebody, was it one that tried to talk to the entity?
I think Syl tried to talk to it, and I tried to throw a spear at it.
Right. So
No,
still,
no. The entity in Lab 2.
Oh, did we try to talk to it?
Someone put on the helmet. Yeah.
Mm,
So I have that somebody like inquired what it needed or something, and it replied, "Consume, confuse, take me back, let me free."
oh, I did not write that down.
So someone did test it out in the laboratory at this point because the lab went extra haywire. And I want to say that it was.
I think it was me, because I think we were running on the theory that this thing is a beacon, and I'm the one used to interfacing with beacons, and so
Yeah.
I tried to give it a command. I think I tried to get it to ping
Right.
our beacon.
Right. I remember that. Yeah.
And it did not work.
No, it did not. It also did a decent amount of psychic damage to me as well.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So you have this whale. Syl attempts to communicate with it because he can communicate with beasts and fey creatures. It doesn't work. So one does the projecting her consciousness and summoning something so she can try to physically touch it, and it passes right through. You guys are able to figure out it's an illusion. Why a whale? Why an injured whale? What's the significance? Because you guys found that out as well.
Because it's good food for leviathans, so it's a good lure.
Right. So you were thinking it was going to be an effective lure to get leviathans to follow, but there was another thing that. Why did you all follow it? It was not that it was a leviathan lure; it was something else.
It was acting erratic, not quite moving as it should if you paid close enough attention.
It was like gesturing towards us, right? Wasn't it like flapping one fin in a way that was like, come hither?
I was pretending to be injured.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there was a reason that you guys decided to follow it. Do you guys remember what it was?
The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
There was that, and then there's also the idea that for a lot of sailors, whales are seen as kind of good luck. Like if it's a pod of whales, it usually means there's a leviathan around,
Oh,
because
yeah.
they'll scatter if leviathans come by. So we headed back through. The alarms went back off, and
So now it was like we were getting beacon pings from like every direction.
correct.
So this
And
didn't really occur to me at the time, but then does that mean Narsenhar is the beacon? And maybe beacons are things from the wilds and not from the adversary.
So you have this creature that comes out of invisibility that opens its mouth, and you guys say, all right, hit the emergency exit button. And right as you do, the creature's mouth snaps shut, but rather than on you, it closes and turns its head and does what?
It like looks at us with one big eye and says, "It's been a long time since I've seen a night of summer."
And that was the end of last session, more or less. So before we get out of recap, is there anything that you guys feel needs to be brought up before we try to get into session today?
We got its name.
We did get its name.
Narsenhar.
How did we get the name?
I think it said,
That
hey.
Clotho gave us its name.
Oh, yeah, we knew. We knew that like the
We already
super
knew its name.
powerful Oddlier was Narsenhar. It was grandmother's pet.
So we don't know that this is Narsenhar then.
No, it
No, he-
said I'm Narsenhar.
It
Yeah.
did say.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It said like, because I think we said, are you Narsenhar? And it was like, I've been known by that name or something.
So it told us.
Yeah.
So just so when we start off session today, you guys get a slightly better description than just the picture, because mostly I'm using the picture because the scale fits with the size of Narsenhar and the ship with this mouth and the submarine. One thing they made clear is that Narsenhar, you can, when you look off in every direction, you see these coils of the great serpent, just in every direction, but also he's covered in plant life. You can see animals. You can see like crustaceans, things moving on its body. Like it is covered in life. And you can also see that bits and pieces of it sort of phase in and out like a mirage. So even while it's visible mostly at the moment, you can see parts of it are still sort of fading in and out of visibility, kind of off to your periphery. And I think that is where we will begin session today. So Narsenhar has his mouth closed. He's kind of looking at the ship side on with one massive eye, and has addressed the Summer Night. So, Summer Night, you are being addressed. What do you want to do? Oh, actually, I think at the end you'd said something along the lines of, "Hey, we need to go get the kid," right?
Yeah, I think so.
So, let's start there. What are you guys doing? And I'm gonna let the Summer Night lead for the moment, and then we'll see how it goes.
Oh, good. Um. So we should get the kid, right? So, and the kid is on board, right?
Yeah.
Baby on board.
Okay.
We have like sent everybody below deck.
Right.
Right, you
except
did
for
that
us.
before coming into the wilds.
Yes.
Okay. So I call everybody. I'm like, we should get the child. We've talked. Didn't we already broach the subject of Narsenhar helping the child with Narsenhar?
I don't know if you've talked.
Yes. I think we brought it up.
Okay, I'll just reiterate. So, Narsenhar, there's a child that currently contains the essence of Clotho, and we're trying to prevent Clotho from coming into her full power too soon, because it could kill this child or hurt it terribly. We wanted to see if you could talk to Clotho and maybe help her stabilize from inside the child. Can you help us?
It is within my nature to help with a task if one of the queens of summer should need my aid.
We can bring the child to you. Is that all you need?
It would be a start.
All right, guys, I think we need to get the kid.
I'm not going to be very good at doing this, but to give a quick description of his voice in your head feels very formal, like very proper.
Okay. Like, is he addressing me as a member of the court?
You're not sure, or if it's just the way that he's talking.
Okay.
So, what's the plan?
Gotta get that baby.
All right. So you head downstairs and you see in the crew quarters the people you've brought along, which are the Stone Tree family and their servants. What are you trying to say? What do you want to do with as you guys come downstairs to say you've succeeded in your task?
We found a spirit to bond to the lair. It might be a little bit intimidating for you, though, so I'm hoping that you'll bear with us.
So, Lord Stone Tree nods and says, "If it is going to be dangerous, I of course will come along. Should we all go?" He sort of gestures towards the bed where his wife is laying, and you can sort of tell kind of what he means is like, should I take the child and come up, or do we need to bring my wife as well? You can tell that she's still quite exhausted from just giving birth.
Yeah, I think just bring the child for now. Your wife should rest.
So he goes over to her, whispers a couple things to her. She stirs very slightly, and then he picks up the child, and you can see he like positions the child on his left hand, and then he puts his right arm to be completely straight down by his side, and you can see him kind of making like a knife hand with his right arm as he kind of comes to follow up. Those of you guys that have decently high insight, which I know we've got at least 3 people in the party that have good insight, can remember when he summoned that sword back at the very when you first encountered him, he did the same sort of motion. So he's sort of on guard. So he follows you guys up to on deck, and then basically as soon as he looks out of the shield, he freezes in place.
Understandable.
For sure.
And then he kind of, this is the Lairk? Or this
Yes.
can take it to us?
Sorry, what was that second part?
He said, or it can take us to it. So he's saying, is this how to get to the Lairk, or is this the Lairk right here?
This is how we get to the Lairk, or stabilize the Lairk.
He kind of nods slowly and then steps forward.
Did the
and,
shaman come with us?
She did, I believe.
Okay.
Almost positive.
This is the Oddlier. I say to the shaman.
So the shaman who comes back on the deck sees all of this. She bows her head and she looks like she's trying to move, and she's walking to the edge of of kind of where you guys are standing to address Narsenhar. But after initially glancing to see what the creature, she's not looking at the creature anymore. She's sort of averting her eyes, and the way that she's kind of handling herself, she doesn't look completely afraid so much as like kind of always half bowing to the creature.
Mm.
So good.
I'm gonna lean into the others.
Should we explain what his daughter is? He may need to know in order to keep her safe.
I think it's wise to give him maybe a rough sketch. Maybe it's safer to not give him all the information. I'm not sure.
We just convey that there is a spirit of a powerful fey creature inside of his daughter.
Yeah.
I relay that information to Lord Stonetree.
Yes. Yes, she's special. Of course. Yes, of course. And he seems to be trying to like sort of soldier up, right? Like he's trying to mentally prepare himself to take another step closer to the edge of the ship, kind of where you guys are standing addressing the creature. And he does, and the Narsenhar sends back a message, and you're not certain if he can talk to everybody and he's just choosing to exclusively talk to Syl, or if he can only talk to Syl. But Syl's the only person that he speaks to, and says, present the child over the edge, and I will see its nature.
Narsenhar says to present the child over the edge, and he will see its true nature.
So you see Lord Stonetree nods. He walks close to the edge of the railing and then kind of holds his daughter up, but he doesn't hold her over the railing. And then Narsenhar says back to Syl, toss the vessel overboard and it will be dissolved. Her essence does not fit this host and needs to find a new one.
No, Narsenhar, that is not the plan that we hope to accomplish. We wanted to see if you could stabilize Clotho's spirit from inside the child, so that way the child would not die.
Why does the child need to live?
It's a good question. I turn to the party and I say, he wants to know why the child needs to live.
That's what I want to know.
I mean, we're mortals, the things we do, sometimes are not so clear, but they matter to us.
I don't know if that's going to be very convincing.
Try.
What
Okay.
exactly did Clotho say when we were talking to her? Like, I thought the whole point was to slow it down so that the vessel would be useful later.
Yeah.
So if we can
Yeah.
just relay that it's just a matter of time, and Clotho can
Clotho's
use the
goal.
vessel in time, and we're just buying time, not changing all the outcomes. Maybe that would be enough.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I turn and I say, Clotho's intent was to buy time so that way she could stabilize the vessel for use in the future. Would you turn against her wishes?
If it is what the Summer Lady would want, I would not turn against her. But I think she deserves to be in the world. Much is wrong, and the Queen's containment is part of that wrongness. Delaying it will lead to consequences. Consequences like more of your mortals dying.
All right, I relay that to the party.
Hmm. Is there a way to preserve the vessel and remove Clotho?
Is there a way to preserve the vessel and remove Clotho?
So what I want to try to do, right, is rather than having you like actually repeat everything, you can just say like that or
Okay.
repeat or whatever. I do want to know if you do change something that people like phrasing and stuff, right? So that's the important part for me is like if you pair it back exactly, cool. If you change the way because like you just paraphrased last time a little bit. Um, if you paraphrase stuff, I do want to know that because
Okay.
how you're talking to him, because he's speaking very proper, is likely going to matter.
Okay.
So he says, the vessel is not unique. There are many that could have it if the essence was free. This seems more purposeful for your mortal lives. Disconnecting them would be beyond my skill.
Okay, I relay that to the party.
Consequences. Griffel's just like completely incredulous that 15 years could matter.
Um, I'm wondering if we could get Clotho in on this conversation somehow.
So you know from previously with Clotho that she can break out of her containment, but it is going to change the kid. You can contact her kind of using the Summer Night Mantle, but she's not going to be able to, be part of the conversation without removing the last bits of the things containing her, which will change the kid. So you have the power to bring Clotho into this conversation fully. You all do not want to do the thing that will happen if you do that.
Yeah.
So you have a different method of just asking her, but it is going to be very limited because you're going to have to use basically that summer power, that utility that you have to connect with her for a second. So if you do that, you're going to have a very limited time to be able to talk to her and ask her things before the connection breaks and the sort of, you exhaust that little bit of summer power that you have.
Yeah. And she wouldn't be able to communicate with Nurse Senhar directly, would she?
Not yet, no.
Okay.
One of the goals here is that once the two of them are connected, then they'll be able to communicate and do things. But before that, you're going to have to kind of play go between.
Nurse Senhar, we would like to do whatever we can to preserve this child's life for the sake of her parents. It was also Clotho's intent to keep the child alive until it came of age. We understand that you don't necessarily value her life as a mortal, but we do. And so does your lady.
Mortal lives are fleeting things, pointless in the great scheme of the universe, but if it is the lady's wish, then exceptions can be made. I am not designed for preserving life. It is not in my nature to prevent death.
We understand and thank you for acting counter to your nature for this one exception.
It is within my nature to follow my queen's command.
I turn to the shaman and I ask, how do we do this ritual?
So the shaman sort of says, I do be aware of how to make this a thing, but this do be something that we would need time to do, and there would be many things that need to be doing. Narsenhar kind of interrupts and says, there is no ritual for things like me. I am older than those magics. I need only will myself bind to the child, and it shall be done.
Okay. I tell the shaman that we have no need of ritual according to Narsenhar.
The shaman nods, it looks like she's about to kind of argue the point, and looks up at you enough to kind of argue back, and then sees Narsenhar just sort of floating there in the side of her vision, and then just sort of shakes her head and averts her eyes again.
Same.
There is a inconsistency. I will not be able to perform one of my duties for the queen and still abide by your sensibilities. I will not be able to protect her where she is bound.
He says that he can't. I relay this to the party.
And again, you can just be relay or this or whatever if you say it exactly.
Okay.
Why can he not protect her? What prevents him?
Okay, I relay.
I am not created to protect. I am created to destroy the enemies of summer. And these waters dilute me. If I were to reach through, if I were to go to the prime, to come to the aid of this vessel, I would expose my venom to their atmosphere, and all that breathed my presence for many miles would perish.
Oh, we would like to avoid that. Is there any way to prevent such a loss of life?
It is what I am. I will not be able to defend the host, this vessel, until it is able to defend itself. The only ones that could contain me are the queens themselves. My lair here was a gift from Queen Mother, and she is not here to transmute it, for me to take it with me to protect the sensibilities of mortals. While he's been fairly neutral up until now, you can tell from the way that he's talking that this whole sort of limitation kind of annoys the shit out of him.
Yeah. I thank him for his patience. And then I turn to the party and I say, it sounds like him merging with the child could kill all of us and many for miles around. I'm not sure how to proceed.
Do not misunderstand my words, Knight. Merging with the child, binding myself to it is a simple task that will not harm anyone.
Ah, I see.
But if I am to be connected to this child, this vessel, if it needs protecting, I would come in this form to protect it,
I see.
and all that were not the child nearby would perish.
Okay, I'm mistaken. Apparently, if he comes to protect the child, he could kill everybody miles around.
Doesn't sound much better.
Yeah.
So just to clarify, he could bind with the kid, no problem, and then we could take the kid back to the Prime, and that would be chill, right?
Until he came to the Prime to protect the child when it was a threat.
But would he
Like-
have to come to the Prime to protect the child, or could?
Yes, I think so. By duty.
I think it's more of if the child is in danger, he will come and people will die.
Right, he would.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Okay, yeah.
It's not a have to type thing. It's a just
Maybe
will.
maybe the child could just hang out in this watery layer forever.
Yeah, you explained that to her mom.
What if? Could we arrange alternative protection? Something that Nurse Enhar would accept as adequate?
Okay, I can ask that. Nurse Enhar, if we arranged for the child to be protected, could we prevent you from having to come to her aid until she comes of age?
Your protections are inadequate for certain tasks. If you choose to protect her and choose to protect her with all of your abilities, I will only come if those defenses are breached.
I relate that.
That doesn't seem very nice.
I feel like he's being reasonable for
Yeah, I
an
mean,
Eldritch terror.
if you're asked to protect someone and that's like the command given by the queen, you're going to do anything to do that. So I think deferring unless absolutely needed is kind of the nicest he can be. I'd relay this to her dad and see what he thought, because it's ultimately up to him to protect her for her life, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll get the dad up to speed.
He listens and he pauses for a second, and then he kind of looks around and says, Can it understand me, Pixie?
You have to speak through me, but he can understand.
Ah, then if you would translate for me. He kind of pulls her. He was kind of holding her out this time, so he pulls her in close, and then he holds up his other hand, and you see him flick his wrist, and that little blade of darkness comes out from his hand. And then he steps to the edge, and then says to Narsenhar, "I will protect my child with my life, and with the lives of my house and people. We will lay down ours before we allow any harm to come to my daughter. If our defenses fail and she is to be taken, it means we're all already dead. You will not cause any extra damage by your presence and avenging us to protect her."
Okay, I relay that to Nurse Enhar.
Those of you guys, again, the couple people in the party that have pretty good insight can tell that he's kind of shakily saying a lot of this. Like he's pretty clearly afraid, but he is still kind of going through the motions.
But he means it.
Yeah, he does seem to mean it.
Yeah.
Like this whole situation, he's very clearly terrified. But he did seem to mean what he just said. So, the Narsenhar says, an oath given from things that don't understand oaths. I guess it can do no better. It closes its eye, and you see when it reopens its eye, there's a little flash of gold light, and then that passes. It is done. The child and I are bound. If it comes in danger, I will come.
We're screwed.
We did it.
Is-
We
we did
accomplished our
it.
task.
Can we ask Narsenhar questions now?
I mean, if you want to.
Because I think we had a few, didn't we?
For sure.
He seems to be aware of where the grandmother is, loosely.
Yes, that was going to be my first question. Is he said he knows where she's bound, and that she is indeed bound. So where's she at?
Okay, I ask.
Grandmother is in her solace, her sanctum. Where it is, I do not know how to describe to you, but I can feel it cut off from everything else.
Is there any way you can give me a sense of this through the powers of the summer night?
One second.
You blow up.
Yeah. Tiny, tiny body shatters to pieces.
Uh,
Anybody? Phenomenal cosmic power.
So, you can make either an Arcana check or Arcana, Nature, or Endurance, whatever you so choose. It actually made a fairly decent check for attempting to help you in this manner, but he's not good at scale of power, so he's going to give you something, but the process is going to be painful. So the check
I
you're
wasn't
making
far off.
is how well you endure being given instructions, basically.
Okay. I will do the endurance check because it's all the same for me. Give me just one moment, excuse me. Oh, okay.
Oh, that's actually pretty good. So, it's relatively little. So you take 3 points of fire damage.
You're getting better at these Fey-related checks.
So, Narsenhar kind of pauses for a second, and then you can see him trying to like figure out how to present this information, and then sends you this sort of not psychic necessarily, but sends you using the summer connection, using summer fire, gives you an image in your head, sort of an internal illusion. It doesn't feel quite the same as when like One of Many has done these sort of things, like where there's a psionic element. More, it's just like you know a thing, and you see your body sort of smoke and little bits of like you grow very, very hot as this summer fire burns its way out of you. And in your mind, you get an image of the map of it looks very different in your head than what it looks like on the console in the ship. But it's pretty easy to tell, to know what it's talking about is the map of the connection of the planes of the world. Basically, this is not just the prime material plane, this is everything. So everything that's connected. And then you see it's all one big sort of slice. So it's all kind of laid out on a flat plane. And then you see floating above and below are two orbs. The one above is brilliant and golden. The one below seems to be sucking in all light and is dark. And the one above is what it gestures for. So it's giving you this image in your head that you can sort of understand means that it's not connected to any of the other planes. It's separate. It's completely apart from everything else.
Okay. Can I send this image that I have in my head to one of many so she has it as well?
You can send a version of it, yes. Not the true version of it, but you can send something.
Okay, I do that.
I will relay it to the party.
So is he just saying that he's saying that the location of Grandmother Summer is in this upper sphere?
Yes.
Okay. Seems rather large. Is there a way to narrow it down?
He says, that is her solace. There is nothing else there that is not Grandmother Summer.
Oh, okay.
How do we reach this place?
By invitation.
How does one get an invitation?
Summer extends you one. My mistress invites those to her solace. There is no other means to get to her.
Is there a way through the power of the summer night that I can communicate with her?
If you were her knight, perhaps. I do not know of such things.
How do we accept this invitation?
When you are given an invitation, it is simply a matter of will to accept or deny. But first, the invitation must be extended. I cannot do that. The lady cannot do that. Only the Queen Mothers can extend invitation to their solaces, their personal realms.
Can I ask a different question? Can I ask Narsenhar to tell us what he knows about the Leviathan?
Yeah, I convey the question.
Adversary, parasites, and leftovers from what once was. Mindless fools and remnants, now appropriately food.
I relate.
So while he did seem to be annoyed at some of the other things that have been talked about, there is a level of, I guess you could say, venom with him talking about these things. He hates them, like deep hatred of the Leviathan.
Can I tell him that we have had visions, and in one of our visions, the Leviathan rose up, um, more powerful than anyone has ever remembered in our, brief mortal history. And we believe that they may be returning to former power.
Relay?
It doesn't, I mean, it heard you and just sort of continues to stare at the vessel.
So are they nothing more than parasites? They don't concern you?
I am not a creature that makes decisions like that. The queens choose their actions and I carry them out. I need not be concerned with my prey in any other means than I am hungry unless the queens command.
I'm gonna like poke Griffle or like get her attention and be like, ask him about the beacons.
Oh, what? What question though? There are so many.
Yes.
What are beacons?
Now, Sinhar, do you know what beacons are?
I know the term, the word, but you're using it like a name, not a name. I do not know a name of beacon.
How do I
The
Um,
difference between a noun and a proper noun, I'm guessing.
Basically, yeah. So it's the Fey spirit version of the explanation of like, I know the word, but you're using it in a way that I don't know the proper term that you're referring to.
Right.
so could we say something like, on our ship and on many ships, there are these things and they repel the Leviathan. We don't understand what they are, how they work. We just have them. But it seems like maybe you are one of them. And maybe we could like, Griffle could like activate our beacon so it could like see what it does.
Yeah, actually, can I check with Plucky if we're still being suppressed?
So yes, and this entire time, your beacon is firing off like alarms that you're having to silence, like saying that
Yeah, yeah.
all hell is breaking loose, according to your beacon. So what is the actual question you asked Narsenhar? Like,
It sounded like
Um,
go on.
So with the context of like there are things on ships and sometimes in big cities that are um that repel Leviathan as well as many other things, and there's one on this ship that seems to be being suppressed. Do you know what they are?
Yeah, I convey that.
you have with you a mockery of life, a she echo. If that is what you use to fight the adversary, you will fail and die. Down that path, there is only darkness and madness.
Did he say she mockery? SHE?
He did say she, but that's not how you spell it.
SHIH?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Like a name for the Fae.
Mhm.
Not just a name for the Fae. You guys learned a little bit about what that word means.
Yes.
Clotho said that she is
Like-
she, right?
Yeah, it's basically like the it's the C-suite of the Fae.
So he says it's a she echo, a mockery of life.
Does this mean we should not use our beacon?
Is that what you ask him?
Yeah.
I will not tell you what you should or should not do. That is for your lady to command you.
Are there any reasons why we shouldn't?
Do you know any reasons why we shouldn't, Narsenhar?
Other than the offense it gives, I am too unfamiliar with the way your prime world works now. I've been trapped here for a very long time. Before, I didn't much concern myself with the outside world, and since I've been disconnected from it, I know even less.
Can I say, well, we very much would like to fight the adversary, but unfortunately, this is the best technology we have. Could you help us make it better?
I relay that.
I have the power to assist you, but not the knowledge of containing that power in a way that will be survivable to your kind.
Hmm.
Mm.
Sounds like we have a problem to solve.
Mhm.
You see the
No,
like the coils and stuff kind of folding around the area as it's, I guess you'd say, settling in, because the distortions in the water sort of die down. You see them going down. So it's still here, but it's less this sort of roiling mass of coils in and out of invisibility, and now it's sort of settling back down.
Narsanar, is is our beacon a she echo in a manner similar to the I am an echo?
I relay.
That is a very complex question. One I would defer you to someone who knew more than I about arcane matters, but from what little I understand, yes, a previous life, a essence held where it should not be, twisted and changed against its purpose. There are similarities.
Are the beacons the tools of the adversary?
I do not know. I did not deal with any such tools. There were some that used similar feeling magics that came to me, but I did not get to experience what they were before they perished and were burned in summer fire. The only one of the adversary that I had experience with. You see one of the coils below you come rolling out of the depths and into visibility, and you see this incredible like scar that goes as far as you can see, where there's a part of the coil of the creature that's blackened, and around it there's no life, there's no crustaceans, there's no like seaweed and other things that are attached to its coil. There's just this one long jagged scar on its body. I engaged one of the walkers, and their power was very different. Not an echo at all.
Um, hmm. I want to ask about the meatball, but I don't know how to like I don't know how to describe it to Nasenha. And we can't if Gary, if I like opened the way to like our little pocket dimension with the labs and engineering and stuff, does that sort of count as like they're being connected for the purposes of um Like if Nasina had the ability to like sense the
So
creature.
the meatball could sense that we were in the wilds, despite the
Mhm.
fact that it's in the lab.
Right.
So I also wanted to ask that question.
So what's the
Can-
question you want to ask?
Can Narcinar sense what is in our lab 2, our entity in lab 2, that is currently probably reacting very violently to being in the wilds?
You see the eye sort of blink again. When it reopens, it's completely golden. And you see a bunch of little sigils and symbols floating in the iris of the eye, lighting up and dying down with this brilliant green gold light. And then the eye shuts and opens back up and looks, we're going to call it normal, but like a snake's eye that's the size of your ship is not typically normal. You have many things with you. I can sense them, yes. None of them are threatening.
Do you know where this meatball is from?
You have many things, some of which are distasteful. There is one that I think is connected with the adversary, and another which is not. But I don't know how to convey this in a way that does not harm the knight. You can
It's
sort of
okay.
see,
You can harm him.
you can sort of see, Phil, that there's about as close as he's probably going to get to an apology in that last statement.
How much harm are we talking, Narsenhar?
I'm not.
What are you into?
Yeah.
I'm not used to conversation. I don't normally convey such things. I cannot give you an appropriate answer of how much it would harm you for me to explain, but I can see that it can harm you from the simple explanation of where the Queen resides.
Are we risking my life, kids?
Yeah, if you're
Bro,
cool
that's
with
up
it.
to you.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's very much up to Syl. Like, Syl just got burned from doing this, and Narsenar's like, yeah, I don't really know how to make that any better. So
I have 25 HP. I feel like this is very risky.
Do you have any fruit handy to eat?
I mean, you guys aren't in combat, so you could just use also like normal heals. So you guys have like healing words and things like that.
So we have many things, one of which is connected with the adversary and another which isn't.
Mhm. I do feel like
Good
we
to
should
know.
know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was thinking the same.
I think there
Well-
are two major entities on our ship.
Yep.
Right. Well, there's
Well-
the beacon, there's this entity, and there's Al Shaib.
Mhm.
Right, and if Al Shaib is connected to the adversary, we should know.
Who wants to heal me up?
Fool's got you.
I don't have any training, so
Who has healing word though?
Me.
You probably just use a spell.
You're two clerics.
Surge +7, so spend a surge and get surge +7. The DM might need a second, depending on what our check result is here.
That doesn't sound good.
Syl, have you made a backup character?
No, I have not.
Are you prepared to be exploded?
Sure.
Beyond all
I don't-
possible redemption.
It's more a very good success. Is going to be the one that's going to require me a minute. So we'll see. I'm gonna assume that we have some sort of anything between like a moderate failure to a medium success, and then if you succeed very well, then or if both of you succeed very well, then we'll sort of go from there. So let me do this. All right. Well, that's pretty solid from Narsenhar. So all right, go ahead and give me another check again. Nature, Arcana, or Endurance are your options.
All right, I will do endurance again.
It's Matthew Codal.
Just any answer would be nice.
Yeah, that's a pretty good roll there, Bucko. It's not like
Yeah.
major success.
Very solid. All right.
Gary has to write another short story. Oh, okay.
So you got healed. So that doesn't knock you unconscious, right?
No, it does not.
All right. So I'm gonna need.
Yes.
Sill's lying on the floor, badly burned. We're all like, yeah!
Yeah. Success. Great success.
All right. So if you guys want to take, let's call it a 5-minute break, real quick. I do need a second to go pull this up.
Oh my god.
Get it put into place.
Okay.
All right.
Sounds good.
BRB.
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 So we're waiting for one. So since we're mostly all back, we can kind of ask one's opinion as well. So I'm curious as a group, what you all think about one of two options. So if this was a normal game, right? So this is a normal game I was having at session. What I would do is I would take the props and stuff that I have set aside for this. I would take the player out of the room, and then I would show it to them, describe it to them, have a little bit of a sort of a one-on-one session scene. That's how I would do it, and that's definitely how you do it. I could drag Blake down to another channel. I can pull just his character to a different map and show him some handouts and things and be like, this is what's going on. However, due to the nature of this game being sometimes irregular and us having a recording as well, I could just do it for everyone with the understanding that only Syl was experiencing this. So I think there's a lot of value in giving one player a bunch of information and visuals and things that the other players don't get. So they have to sort of get the interpretation, right? That idea of it feels a little bit more true to kind of what's going on. But on the other hand, for the purposes of kind of everyone getting to experience stuff and having it on the recording, especially, it's also cool to have it in front of everybody. So what's the group's opinion? Would this be a good example that I can pull one person aside, here's the information that only your character gets? Or would you prefer if everyone got it and then you sort of created that sort of separation that, okay, well, my character didn't experience this. I have to kind of go by the description that my character gets.
Send him away. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of excited to make Syl tell us what he sees.
Same, yeah.
Yeah,
I get the recording part. It would be neat. It sucks we can't record it separately and then review it after and see the difference. But I think send him away is probably best.
We could
Okay.
just all close the Roll20 and go to a different channel.
I mean, I'm gonna have the Roll20 thing here because I mean it's gonna stay on the platform. I'm not gonna delete it, and I have a bunch of notes on this, so I can tell you guys in 2 years. I can just look up my notes and say this is what I told him. So you're not gonna miss that part of it if you guys want to have it later. So it sounds like very much on the board of pull player to another channel. So Syl, you're coming with me.
All right, here we
Who
go.
needs
Good luck.
answers? Answers are for nerds.
All right. So that separated you.
Bye.
Bye.
Good luck.
Okay, I just want to have an overarching discussion. This is Michael speaking, just for shits and giggles. I had the conversation with Clotho like a few weeks ago in the thing talking about the adversary or whatever, and I was like, I don't like rules. The adversary is trying to undo all the rules. That sounds cool. I don't know if anyone remembers that.
I mean, that's kind of a good point if you're against the rules.
I'm like, at this point, it's like we're starting to go down this like Fae path where it's like, yeah, we're starting to side with them, but I'm like, what if something happens? And I'm like, that's why. Well, the reason I'm bringing this up is because of this moment where it's like, oh, what if Al Shaib is on the side of the adversary, and it's like,
What if,
I don't know.
what if we're the baddies?
Yeah, what if I'm the baddie? But what if I like being the baddie? You know,
Mm-hmm.
this idea that like, what if Gary goes full fascist on us and is like, freedom is actually death. Because the theme of us freeing all these people is bad.
Mm-hmm.
Also, we're like supposed to be immortal or something.
We used
Oh,
to
some
be.
of us. Some of us.
Yes, some of us.
Well, I don't have full context on this, but Gary, when we were first making the world, was talking about like maybe wanting to focus on like
The deterioration of the different races.
Mm-hmm.
So the idea that like we used to be ultra powerful, but now as time has gone forward, you're now like slowly losing that.
Yeah, not even just races though, like entire classes, right? The battle mines are like almost non-existent at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, when we were, because we did like not even a session 0, but like just like a world building brainstorm session at the beginning. And we all agreed that we were interested in like the whole, the world used to be like full of wonders and now things collapsed. And it's like so long ago that we don't really understand, how things used to be. Very like
Which is
Wheel of Time.
yeah,
Yeah.
very basic. Like we did like very basic stuff, and then of course Gary's a freak and he just ran with it.
Mm-hmm.
Build all this shit.
Has anyone ever played Dawn of Worlds?
No.
No.
Okay, so Dawn of Worlds is actually like a world building game. You take on the role of like primordial entities shaping a world together, and you like roll to get power points, and then you spend those power points on like adding world building elements to the map.
Mm.
It's pretty cool, but you end up with like the most eclectically weird world.
Mm-hmm.
See, I see this now.
I feel
a
like that
board
is
game?
what we did.
My favorite part of the world building stream is the guy at the end of the world building stream goes, "I can't believe you streamed that on Twitch.
Oh yeah.
Why are you using my IP?"
Yep. Yeah, that's
Who?
right.
Wait, whose world building stream?
Gary streamed the world. He asked everyone in our original group. We had some weird people in the very beginning that we didn't know were weird at the beginning at the time, but he asked permission to stream the world building stream.
Yeah.
And
It was just a conversation. Like,
yeah, everyone agreed with it.
yep.
And he goes, "Okay, it's time for the world building stream." So he streamed all this stuff, and he, we go through the motions. We get all these answers, and then like 30 minutes after he ended the stream, one of the people comes on and goes, "I didn't give you permission to use my IP."
Oh.
It was very weird.
And it was like nothing like overly specific or brilliant. It was just like I think
where did he find these like people?
so.
Just
I think
various discords.
because he's in a bunch of discords, right? So like we originally had like I don't know, like 12
Oh
or
wait,
15 people who were interested in the campaign, right?
Uh-huh.
And so he ended up so he invited like all those people to come to this.
wait. I'm DMing you the message.
Thank you. I'm so curious.
I found it in the Discord.
Nice.
Oh my god, it's a whole fucking thing.
Oh, it's a freaking paragraph, dude.
I have a
Oh,
gripe
here, I'll
about
send it to
yesterday's
you.
session.
Said, you did not request my consent to use my voice or my intellectual property. He literally sent out the poll that was like, "Are you
Cite
comfortable
to
with me?"
properly cite me as a source.
Yeah.
Yep.
Gary, I'm telling him about the intellectual property guy from years ago.
Oh God, Jesus.
Yeah.
All right, so Syl kind of erupts in a thing of flame and then falls down and is decently burned, but is not in danger of dying.
Again.
That was clearly way more painful than the first time.
Yeah, I take back what I said about getting better at your Fey rolls.
I mean, you did well. He didn't do. So neither of you did as well on the first checks as the first time, and the DCs were harder. So all right. So
From the ground, I want to reach up to one, and the first thing I do is just try to convey the image of this horrific monster made of eyes to her mind. About the scale of Narsenhar, a massive monster.
Oh shit.
And I call it. I was told that this is that which beholds the Watcher that tries to break the worlds. It is part of a greater whole, but this is a tiny fragment.
That's what the meatball is.
I think from what it told me, this is a like the seed of the beginning of, or a part of the Watcher.
Does the eyeball thing still remind you of the weird thing that came out of one during court?
No, not to my recollection. Although Gary might be able to go on.
you're correct. No, it's clearly different.
Okay.
We did fight something that was like had like way too many eyeballs, right? I'm remembering that.
Like one of the abomination things.
Yeah.
I
Yep.
don't recall.
Maybe on the bridge at Celestia.
Correct. You did fight something on the bridge in Celestia that had way too many eyes.
Yeah. Okay.
But that wasn't it. That was they're all like at least this is how I loosely understand it. Is like
back then, correct?
huh?
Syl was not part of the party back then, correct? No, he
Mm,
was because he bled on the bridge.
Bridge?
Right?
Yeah, I was.
Yeah.
Okay, so Syl, you would know that the creature from the bridge and what you just saw do not look. I mean, they're definitely not the same creature, or
Okay.
even close to one another. Because the creature on the bridge had a very like crustacean-esque look to it. This did not have that.
Okay, so
But-
as Syl is projecting that, I would ask him, is that the adversary?
It is not the adversary itself, but from what it seemed, it was like a small part of a much greater whole that is the adversary. Narsenhar said that the walkers and creatures of the outside are unified, but they have different parts for different purposes. And this is the Watcher.
so the Watcher is also the adversary, but there's different.
It's a piece of the adversary.
But like, there's probably like a. Is there a listener? Is that kind of like there's different pieces of the adversary, kind of like Exodia?
That is what I gathered.
And this image that he provided you is of the entity in Lab 2?
It's unclear. in some ways acts the same, but the entity in Lab 2 seems like it's like a larval form of this.
So it could become that. Did
And
Narsenhar tell you anything about the other entity we have on board?
It did not. Should have asked.
Can you tank another
and
29 fire damage?
Who wants to heal me to max?
So if you say anything towards Narsenar, it's you get a kind of thing back of, I do not want my failings to destroy a summer night. I believe you are a little too weak for this to be a sure thing. Basically saying the creature is aware that if he kind of fumbles it and you kind of fumble it, it could kill you, and he doesn't want to risk that. Now that he's sort of aware that, like, the first time you did it, you guys both did really well, and he's like, okay, well, this might be able to work. Second time you do it, you take a shitload of damage and it almost kills you, and he's like, okay, well, we're not going to do that again.
That seems reasonable.
Okay, so the creature in Lab 2 is connected to the adversary.
That seems
What else?
likely.
What else did Narsenhar tell you?
That's it.
Okay.
I'm trying to think, what were the requirements of becoming a Summer Knight again? Is that something I can still do now, or is that we'd have to be with Clotho?
So you can become a Summer Knight if you're connected with Clotho. So if someone else also wants to take the sort of knighthood thing, basically Syl would have to use his power to connect with her, and then you'd make the same deal with her, and then you'd have the same power, but Syl would kind of have his power used for the day, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, like, if there's enough information that we think we could get from Narsenhar, I mean, my endurance check is a lot higher, so could be potentially useful.
I'm okay with using my daily power to get you a Summer Knight. Good.
Do we want more information? Like, is there outstanding questions that we think would be worthwhile? Because I'm still on the fence about becoming a knight. I'm for it if we have a purpose.
I mean, Narsenhar seems pretty forthcoming. It's just a matter of, like, the mental connection.
Yeah, exactly. So if there's
Like,
more
is there...
info that we're kind of after, it might be worthwhile.
I'm not sure what else I would ask.
I mean, we should maybe ask about the second entity and see if he can give us any information. Like, what's the second item on our ship that...
Yeah, I also want to ask, does he think... Because one of our original goals was to free the creature in Lab 2. I don't necessarily know if that's the right goal anymore, if it's the adversary. We should ask him if it should be killed or released or what.
So
Yeah.
I think he was concerned with telling Syl because telling Syl about the adversary is a harm. Kind of like that thing that happened to you guys in court, where they said they can't tell you the name of something because it would harm you, right?
Yeah, or is it that complex things have to be told psychically which cause damage? I don't know, right?
So
I
if
think
he
it's
tells
just
us about this thing
projecting
that's
mentally.
it's the mental projection of it.
I think so. I think, like, like him verbally telling us anything is fine. So I would say we should just,
So we should
ask.
be able to ask him about the other thing that isn't connected to the adversary without harm, right?
Yeah, unless he needs
Yeah.
to show us something because he can't convey it in words.
And even what to do with this meatball, we should ask, which should be
Yeah.
able to be given with words. But
Yeah.
first, we should heal Syl. How much of that fruit do we have left? Is it worth just using up some fruit or spells or...
I have 4 potions, so I could pop my potions as well. I don't have any fruit on me, but...
I think is Griffel's thing is an encounter power, so she...
Both Griffel and Phil's things are encounter powers, so you probably should use at least one of those. And then, however you want to heal up afterwards is up to you. You're also kind of during a short rest, so potions and those sorts of things are typically meant for battle. If you're not needing to do anything immediately. There's no kind of immediate time constraint. You can just spend healing surges. Like you don't have to have a power or spell or anything. You can just spend a healing surge. It's just more efficient typically to spend it with powers.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So if you want to heal up, you can just spend a healing surge, gain that much health as many times as you want right now, because your guys aren't in combat or there's nothing pressing at the moment.
Okay. Well, I'm down to just use my healing surges unless somebody wants to give me a healing word. All right. Seems like a no.
Still, so what's the question you want to ask to Narsenhar? You guys talked about a bunch of stuff, but
Okay. What about Narsenhar? What about the other item on our ship that is not related to the adversary? What of its nature?
it is an elemental. It is vulnerable to the adversary, but not corrupted by one.
Well, that clarifies things. I can convey that to the party. Well, a little bit. At least we know it's an elemental, so now we know that the meatball is probably of the adversary.
Yeah.
What should we do with the item that is connected to the adversary?
All creatures of the outside that exist inside are abominations and should be purged from this world.
How do we do that?
Yeah, I don't know if we have the power to do that.
Your abomination is a weakling. It could not even survive my waters.
Oh, is it
And we had-
already dead?
It is protected against waters like this. Shield is. You would also not survive my waters. You see it kind of looking at the shield around your ship, the little bubble of air that the ship is in.
How do we get the meatball from where it is to the waters then?
Is there an eject button?
There must be, right?
A series of teleportations?
Griffel, do you want to ask the ship if it can use its like defenses on the meatball?
Oh yeah, it should be able to teleport it somewhere, right?
I don't know if the teleport could target inside the ship. That was the issue.
It can though, because wow, it sort of
Wait.
can and it can't. So I'll ask Plucky. Is there a way to teleport a creature from containment in the what was it? It was Lab 2, right? It was
yep.
the Aberrant Lab. From containment in Aberrant Lab to the main deck of the ship. Where we
Or
could then
outside the
potentially,
ship.
like yeet it, or like outside the ship. Yeah.
Permission is not granted to ship systems to be able to access containment in Laboratory 2.
Oh yeah.
No admin permissions.
Here, go back to the last
Can
session real
can
quick.
we give that permission though, or is there a different
No.
console we need?
No, Gary? It's the same messages I was getting like when I was trying to access like weapons and things, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So
Or just not
no, it's
cleared
just
items?
permissions.
Gary, go back to the last session when we were looking at the meatball. I did not see it like glowing like Baneslayer deemed it an enemy, right?
You didn't see it glowing, but we've also talked about how
Yes.
the containment around this thing is very strong. So you don't know exactly how Baneslayer functions, and you don't know what this thing is, but there definitely is a possibility, like a reasonable thing, that even if it might react to Baneslayer or Baneslayer might react to it, or one way or the other, being on opposite sides of this barrier might be enough that they don't see each other. So Narsenhar has a very strong opinion about what needs to be done with the creature in Laboratory 2.
Yeah, we just don't know how to pull it off.
Mhm.
And he also has no qualms about killing children.
Mhm.
I don't think he has issues killing anything, really.
I think that's his whole deal.
Yep.
So that was one question you had. Or I guess 2 questions. Anything else? I'm hearing a whole lot of nothing.
Yeah.
So if Narsenhar is bound to the baby, do we just leave?
I mean, you guys came down here to do a thing, and you did the thing.
Yeah, how has the baby been and her dad since we did this? Because I think we just like diverted into like a 15-minute conversation and ignored them.
He's standing in a very sort of like an at-ease soldier position, holding his daughter, and he's looking at Narsenhar during this whole thing. Like he'll occasionally glance at you guys while you're talking, and occasionally being lit on fire. But you can sort
Normal
of see
day, yeah.
he's focusing on trying to put up a strong face with the giant snake monster right outside of the proverbial door.
I'll look at him and say, Lord Stonetree, is there anything you wish to know about your daughter's situation or ask while we are here?
You said, he turns and kind of gestures to the shaman, that the Lyric will not harm the child. If it's not going to hurt her, she will be safe otherwise. Yes?
I will say to one through my brain, there's something that he should know that will happen further down the line.
Yeah, but that's like a long time from now.
But it's almost more painful than having a miscarriage.
I would just say she's safe for now. We're not entirely sure what will happen when she comes of age.
I mean, he knows how lyrics work, right? That's like a common thing around here.
Yeah, but I'm under the impression that Clotho always takes over the host.
Yeah. I mean, that's true, but
You can also tell that, like, Lyrics are something that is part of their society, but it's not something he has a lot of, like, very personalized experience with. So, like, yeah, he's aware of it, but he doesn't have a spirit, and none of his family members do. So, like, this is something that is in the society he is in, but he's not part of it personally.
Mm.
But as he's talking and kind of being like, all right, well, if she's going to be all right, then I mean that's the goal. This is what we're trying to do here. And while he's sort of asking this, Narsenhar basically replies to him, and says to you, Sil, the child will not be able to become sick or injured, weak in any way. While it is connected to me, it will have my vitality and essence. Those that are meaning to alter it will fail.
And what if something were to happen to you?
Then I would fail in my task of protection. And the child, this vessel, would be vulnerable.
I'm not worried about it.
I think Griffel would like to speak directly to Lord Stonetree and emphasize the point
These are not normal things for a child to have, mind. And I think there could be some danger if you were to let it be known that something like this occurred. The members of your house know, but swear them to secrecy. Do not reveal any of this to anyone.
He nods. Of course. People will know that my child is protected by a powerful Lyric, but the rest of this need not be known. It would be complicated for her.
I nod, satisfied.
Um, where are we, anyways? Like, how big is this lair?
For you, it just seems like there's water in every direction. So
I'm gonna look at Narcinar and be like, how big is this place? Is it just like a big, hangout for you, or is there other stuff? And I point like, I guess it's down for us and up for him.
my lair is big enough to comfortably fit me and my retainers. I don't know what else you wish to ask.
And wait, what's a retainer?
Are you? Well, here's the question. Still, are you asking that question? Because he does. He is still mostly talking through you.
Yeah, I guess I'll ask it. Or I guess who are your retainers would be, and a better way to phrase it, in my opinion.
I will not give you names of my retainers, but I am in control of many of them. There are Polias and Typhus, and you see him as he starts talking. It takes you a second to realize, but he's rattling off the names of plagues and diseases.
Oh. I relay that.
Just
Oh.
good stuff.
What was the disease that was running through Emmett's wrist?
Yeah, like some sort of cough, right?
Colloquially known as the blood whip.
The blood whip. Did Hatterai give us its actual name, or just call it the whip?
So he mostly calls it the whip. There is a name for it.
Abyssal plague.
A different one.
Abyssal plague is a little different, but
No,
he
Abyssal
will.
Plague is not Blood Whip. They're different.
Actually, does Philly still have Abyssal Plague?
I was just
Did we get
wondering
rid of
that.
it?
I think
Yeah.
I thought Hatterai cured him or something.
No, Hatterai did not cure it.
We just waited it out.
Yeah,
think we waited it out.
You waited it out, so you did recover from it.
That's right. I sat by your bedside and nursed you back to health.
So I'm looking.
Thank you.
On my notes, I don't have that Hatterai talk to you about the official, like the clinical name for the disease.
Yeah, I don't remember
Okay.
that happening.
I just wondered if okay, interesting. That was just something that was brought up like while we were there as like being relatively important to the area at the time.
However, Hatterai is, he's down below decks because you guys told everyone to be below decks. But he's on board the ship if you guys want, or have questions or things for him.
How many people's minds would you like to blow today?
Hatterai is a learned man. I think he could cope with this situation.
Might even appreciate it.
Go fetch him.
Yeah.
So he
I'm gonna
comes.
make sure to warn him.
you kind of go below decks, and then like on the stairs leading down below decks, Hatterai is sitting on the stairs. You can sort of tell that he kind of like stands up and puts his his pants a crease out of it and stuff, and like kind of wipes himself off a little bit, like wasn't doing anything. Pretty clearly has been as close to being on top of decks as and still following instructions.
He's been waiting.
You have a need of me, yes?
Yes. Well, come and see.
He kind of walks around. He definitely pauses like mid-step for a second, but his reaction's a lot less pronounced than Lord Stonetree's when he sees Narsenar. Yes. So one of my inequities is in front of me. What is it that you need from me?
Well, first, I just thought it would be nice to give you an outing since, you came along with us and you said you wanted to see cool things. So just, take it in for a moment. And then also, you talked about the blood whip in Emmett's wrist. What is the actual name for such a disease?
According to scholars, it is a form of typhus. And he kind of gives a very clinical explanation of what it is.
He said typhus.
Right.
That was one of the first things he said.
He did, yes, he did. Can you? I turn to Syl and I'm like, can you ask if does he have to do that, or can he control it?
Yeah, I can ask. Narsenhar, there is a plague, a type of typhus on the surface. Do you have any control over it?
I have control over the spread of some diseases and plagues when it is their time to be brought into the world and spread. I can push more of my energies to allow the host to be healthy for a time.
So there was an outbreak of typhus. What was it, like 10 years ago? Is that right?
Yeah.
Hatterai? Yeah.
The DM would have to look at notes, but I think it's like 7 years ago.
Okay. So I'd like to ask Narsenhar, did that correspond with anything? Is there a reason why that would have happened?
So Hatterai will say, well, I don't mean to counteract the serpent if he has an answer, but the answer that we have, at least in our understandings of things, is that this disease is commonplace in the Far East, and that it was brought aboard a vessel from the East and just spread through the Reach. I believe it is likely something natural, but if it is something different, I am interested to hear. But that is our understanding as it is. And then the Narsenhar says, I did not do anything to aid in the spread of the disease. My retainers have their own purposes and plans, and they carry out the will of the Great Mother. I did not play a part in this plague of your people. So,
Gary, what's the name? Would I be familiar with god names?
god names? What do you mean?
Names of deities?
Like?
The deity of plague?
So the official, like, there's a lot of local deities and gods and things, but you're aware that the, god of portfolio type thing, that's stuff from Celestia. That's stuff that can't be named. So you know specifically that you can't know those things.
Okay.
So I would say, like, the more traditional D&D style gods, not a thing here. The more smaller localized gods or spirits or things like that, that's what people call gods in this world.
Yeah.
Could we ask to see if Narsenhar can pull back the illness on the surface?
It wasn't major at the time, right? It was just something that had been bad in the past.
Oh, okay. My mistake.
I think it's the blood pig of 76. So it's 84 right now. So it's been. Sorry, I have my notes for dates and stuff in a completely different section.
No
So-
worries.
If he gets his orders from the Summer Court, from the Queens, who does his retainer get their orders from?
Him?
Yeah, him.
But he said that they
Yeah.
have their own agendas.
More that they're left to their own basic devices. He didn't specifically command them to do anything, but they aren't inactive while he's not commanding them to do things.
Got it. Okay.
Can I ask him what he knows about dragons?
Sure, I will ask.
Much of my specific knowledge would be painful, and as mentioned, our knight is not yet strong enough to fully weather all possibilities. But simple questions that you have about the blood of Io, I can answer.
The blood of Io.
Well, okay, so we know that dragons seem to come out when these storms are happening on the other side of the portal. Do you know why that might be? And what do dragons have to do? How do they fit in with the adversary?
Narsenhar kind of shakes his head. I feel in my essence that dragons are different now than what I remember.
We believe that to be so, yes.
Dragons, as I knew them, were proud and powerful creatures, at least as mortals stand. They drew directly from Io's blood. They thought of things in ways that gave them a small measure of protection. They each had their own, not natures, but something close that protected them and their bloodlines from tampering. I do not know much more than that.
Do you know how one would find Io?
Io is long dead and gone before even any of the things that caused this. You see another one of those, the coil from below with the big scar on it. Before this occurred. So one thing that your characters might pick up on is that a lot of some of these people and creatures that are very old or that seem to have this knowledge, they actually say Io's name, and don't seem to have a problem with it. And you guys don't seem to have a problem with hearing it either. That doesn't seem to line up with, and talks about Io like it's a god, but doesn't have the problems that some of the other gods have.
Mm. So like the gods that got killed in the adversary war were killed in like a different way. Maybe.
Or from his perspective, he's saying that it's newer. The death of Io was old when the gods died, when the new gods died.
Hmm. But like the manner in which the new gods died, or the gods died in the war with the adversary, like struck them from the records in a way that,
That didn't happen with Io.
yeah. How did Io die?
Is that what you want to ask Narsenhar?
Yes, please.
So you see, Narsenhar, it would be disrespectful to explain, and showing would certainly destroy your night.
Mm.
So Blake or Syl, since Syl's getting the kind of more direct version of Narsenhar talking, there's a certain sort of, I guess you could say, built-in respect that you can have when he talks about this, where it seems like there's a very much a line of if he explains, he wants to do it justice, and he doesn't see a way to do that right now,
Okay.
and that not explaining it properly would be problematic.
Okay.
Did we actually ask him like if he knew much about the storms or what was causing it?
No.
Do we want to?
Yeah, I don't mind.
I have no concern nor knowledge of prime weather.
But it seems more magical in nature, not weather per se, but magic causing the storms, which is also causing more leviathans and stuff to be about.
Even magic of the Fadelands has power of a sort. It can make weather. I see no reason why this is of importance.
I don't think we're getting much out of this man.
Yeah, I know. I was just thinking. I want to say like this seems to be something consistent that happens, not quite on a schedule, but fairly often in routine, and seems to have special significance. We were trying to piece it together to see if it could give clues on what to do next.
It is outside of my domain. I can neither sense it nor do I wish to make guesses. There's a certain amount of sneering that happens when he says the word guessing. Syl, you get the impression that he doesn't really like. He likes knowing things or knowing that he doesn't know. Anything in the middle is not good.
Okay.
So, anything else for our friend here? I'm hearing a whole lot of no.
Yeah, I've got nothing.
Same.
Okay, so what's the plan from here?
Return Lord Stonetree to his place and check out the next dream, right?
I'm wondering if we should take a moment to see about dropping the meatball in the water to figure out if there's another solution.
Well, the ship wouldn't let us, like,
Well,
Oh
it wouldn't
yeah.
let us teleport, but maybe there's another solution.
Or Griffel, can you ask Plucky how to get that clearance?
So I can, but I know what the answer is going to be, which is we need to assign a captain.
And we can't do that without someone higher ranked, correct?
Yeah.
right.
The
The third.
the third. That's right. Thank you.
I guess we can always come back and drop off the meatball.
All right, so what's the plan? To make something clear, Sil, you can sort of tell when you ask kind of what to do about the meatball. From the perspective of Narsenhar, like you guys had, we had these complicated plans. His thing is just kill it.
Yeah.
But you don't know if that means that he thinks that you can do it, or if it's just sort of insignificant to him, so he would just kill it and it wouldn't be a concern. So you don't know if he thinks that you can do it, or the fact that he can do it so easily just sort of means that he assumes that you can.
Also, he does seem to be advocating for quite a bit of death, and is also, in a way, responsible for a lot of death. So I don't know if this is someone whose perspective on things we should be trusting.
Well, I would normally agree. Anything to do with the adversary, I don't think we want on board our ship.
Yeah.
Did you not listen to the conversation we had during the break? I think it's fine.
Well, so I'll just remind everyone that there is at least one more of those things in the possession of the Church of the Elements.
Wait, did you?
Oh, good reminder.
That's the first time you've told us that, I feel like.
It is
Sorry.
not.
Oh.
No, because he said he knew about it, I think, when, like, first session or second session with him, he had mentioned something about that.
There's a whole nother facility.
If you put them together, maybe they'd make little meatballets.
So Narsenhar will sort of settle back down into the depths, and before he gets far away, you see the sort of veil of invisibility close over top of him that he's definitely still within sight range, but has gone invisible.
I thank him. What before he leaves?
Oh, actually, I have one more question for Narsenar. So we had told Ishiashaya that we would be traveling to the wilds to attempt to find an Oddlier for our Lairk. And she was going to go ahead and meet us there to see if she could help us locate one. I do not want to leave a deity hanging. So if you could find a way to contact her and let her know that we have located our Oddlier, we are thankful for her efforts.
Okay, I relay.
I will tell your little water elemental your task is complete.
I'm wondering if I should use my mantle just once to check in with Clotho to see if everything is all right on her end.
It's up to you.
Um,
You can do it now or you can do it later. It's probably a good idea, but it's the question of when.
Yeah, I feel like now, while we have Narsenhar close by, just in case.
Okay.
All right, so I will use it.
All right. So you get the warmth that is almost pain, but not quite, to connect with Clotho, and you get a kind of a similar to ascending, right? So you get a brief connection with Clotho. What do you want to say?
Clotho, were you able to bond with Narsenhar?
Yes, I am connected to his spirit.
Wonderful. Are you safe?
As safe as one can be in my situation.
Okay, that's all I wanted to see. Is there anything you wish to ask of me?
Not yet. You seem to be remarkably efficient for a new knight.
Well, that's good to hear. Well, thank you very much. And I wish you well.
And the connection fades. You could definitely tell that she was surprised that you're like, I'm going to go do a thing. And then you call her back like an hour later. I've done the thing. She's like, oh, cool. It's been more than an hour, but you know what I mean.
I think we're all surprised at that, to be honest.
Yeah, unusual for our campaign.
So, you guys flying back through the membrane to get back to the mortal world?
Think
Yes.
So, Griffle, as you command the ship up, you get this very bizarre sensation for a second. And the crystal helm that you're wearing, it feels like for a second it stops being like hard crystal and feels more like soft and smooth. And there's a ripple through your helm, and then it re-solidifies.
Are you the captain now?
If you're there, Foxy, you're muted.
Yep. Sorry. Could you repeat?
So as you command the ship to go back through the membrane, right before you pass back through to the prime plane, your helm goes from being this kind of solid hunk of crystal to feeling more soft and almost like jello. And there's a ripple that goes through it, and then it re-solidifies.
Oh, because we visited another plane, so I got concordance, right?
I was
Gain
just trying to
+2
find that.
So your concordance increased by 2.
Yes. That gives me extra benefits, doesn't it? Let's have a look.
So I think your concordance is now 4. But I'm very much kind of leave it to the player to keep track of their own concordance and tell me if they think they've gone past a point. If it is 4, then it's not yet. But you can tell that the helm is pleased with what you just did.
Starts at 2, gains a level while attuned +2. I did actually gain a level while attuned, I believe.
So you go from 5 to 6 with the helm attached?
So concordance starts at 2. The owner gains a level while attuned +2. So I'd have been at 4. Owner adds a new plane to the list of known planes +1. So yeah, 5.
Okay, so you didn't adds a new plane to the list of known planes. You didn't actually do that.
Oh, okay.
So, what you can tell from the helm as it's sending back is it's not actually one of the things that's listed, because kind of the point is the parts of kind of what the helm's doing is a mystery. So there's other things that will be added on as you kind of understand it more. You can tell from its perspective, you went to a different plane and had like an interesting adventure, and it was paying attention to everything that was going on and thought this was fun. So it was along for the ride, and it sort of enjoyed the experience. And so I was like, okay, well, my current
I
owner
like you. Okay.
interesting things.
Cool. I mean, I'm not complaining. That was dope. Thank you.
So your concordance is actually 6, correct?
No, it should. So it would have been 4 before this, so it's gone up to 5. If I'm getting 1 from the. Oh no, wait, you said 2, right? Then yes, I'm at 6.
Okay, so that does mean that your helm will increase its ability, and I'll give you the stuff that you get. But it does give you a couple other things. If any of them become relevant before the end of the session, I'll give it to you then.
Cool. No worries.
So you pass through the barrier back into the incredible darkness of the bottom of the lake, and then is the plan to go back to Three Trees?
I would. Yes. Do we want to take the ship or like stay in the water and like take a little boat?
Well,
I mean,
aren't we
they've
just,
already
like,
seen the ship, so who cares, right?
yeah, we're just like, and I don't think we're like very far out. We're just like way underwater.
Did we collect our boats? Didn't we leave them in the water?
No,
The
we
assumption is that
took them.
the boats were collected. Yeah.
Okay.
That's one of those things that as players you might not think about it, but your characters would have definitely remembered. And I'm not going to be like, "Ha, you didn't say it. I got you."
Okay.
Oh, we did talk about it because we talked about could we
Should we leave them?
transfer them back and forth and how often before going back to the ship, and then decided to transform them. So it was discussed.
So you guys kind of float back through the water. Is the plan to take the ship into the city since they've already seen it, or is the plan to get close to Three Trees and then take the smaller vessels?
The mother's tired. Let's just fly straight back to the estate.
Yeah, I see no reason why not to just fly straight into town.
Yeah, what's the harm?
So you guys kind of go fly up through the water, and then you kind of breach the surface. You can see the sort of the gray, raining day, and kind of off in the distance, you see the sun kind of low on the horizon. That's kind of filling the clouds with a little bit of light. And around the outside of your shield, as you breach the surface, you're not sure if it wasn't there when you were below the water, or if it was just really hard to see. But there's this like iridescent, oily covering on the outside of the bubble around the shield that really does look like someone just covered it in oil. And there's little images of different colors kind of floating through the edge of the shield, where the shield barrier, when you're not under the water, normally isn't visible, or like you can sort of see it because of it's diverting the rain. But here it's like really obvious, and it's somewhat distorting what you can see through it.
That's the death in the water he was talking about, not being able to survive.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we don't want to bring that to town?
Yeah.
So, Captain, what's the plan?
Does the ship have any of those, like, side nozzles where you can squirt water at your windscreen or wipe it off?
I mean, you're not sure. Like, you haven't asked the ship kind of if it has ways of doing stuff like that. So,
I guess, yeah, I'll ask Plucky. How do we clean contamination off of our shield?
ship shield is currently not experiencing contamination.
Liar.
What is it then?
I mean, is that? I know I'm kind of like leaning in a little bit to the only certain people can ask certain questions, but it is up to Griffel to ask Plucky things.
What do I ask, guys?
They do like an analysis.
Yeah, identify substance coating exterior shield.
There is no substance coating exterior shields. However, you may be referring to the visible effect of the temporal realignment of ship systems. this should be non-harmful to crew and passengers.
What about non-passengers?
Ship systems being realigned to proper temporal stream should not affect living material in or outside of the ship's area.
I relay this to the party.
All right.
Okay, sure.
Griffle, you can sort of sense, like, when Plucky says that, there's a bunch of things that are like in the number. If you think of like the interior of the ship being like a bunch of displays, right? Of, like, all the different things in the ship, you can sense that several numbers, like several things, are being changed inside of the ship systems. Like the ship is doing something right now that's taking a lot of, for lack of a better term, system resources.
Okay. It's using up all the CPU.
Yeah, it's taking a bunch of actions.
What did it call it? Planar realignment?
Temporal realignment.
Temporal realignment. Plucky, what is temporal realignment?
Different planar existences experience temporal energies at different rates. When one temporal rate is rapidly changed to another, there is a realignment of ship systems to properly place ourselves within the temporal stream of the current plane of existence.
Oh, so time has passed differently.
How much time has passed here?
Good question.
Yep. I asked Plucky how many seals have passed.
8.
8 seals.
Seriously?
Oh, we had a 10-day to do it though.
But dang, that went fast.
Yep.
So from your all's perspective, you guys probably talked to Narsenhar for an hour or two. And according to the ship, about 9 hours have passed. A seal being a little bit longer than an hour. So you guys basically went underwater around
Oh, I thought
dawn.
seals were days.
So
No,
did
no.
I.
No, seals is a time that is a little bit longer than an hour. So it basically says, you guys went underwater early in the morning and you're coming out kind of in the evening.
That's not too bad.
Okay. And this visual effect is just the ship's trying to place us back into the proper stream of time.
Yeah, it's basically setting all the ship systems to be correct. Like, more or less the ship's version of changing all the clocks to the right numbers.
Right, time zone. Yep. Okay. I'll fly the ship back into town.
Okay. So ship flies back into town and the effect is somewhat similar. People are like immediately flood the area, like, different version of flood, but like show up on the top of like balconies and houses, and people just standing in the street see this enormous ship with a flaming ring on it fly into town and go to the Lord's house. And once you get there, Lord Stonetree will kind of go and get his wife up and kind of do all the things that he needs to do, gets his house and his stuff in order, and uses the kind of short range teleportation platforms, to be able to make it back to his house.
Make sure you take all your baggage with you.
Griffle's got like weighed down by a bunch of like cases and things that they brought with them, expecting to be gone for ages.
I mean, yeah, so they thought they were going to be gone for a long time, but they were gone for less than a day. They didn't even need to bring a change of clothes with them. So the servants and everybody kind of get everything down and are sort of talking to themselves in hushed tones. Like, you can tell that kind of what happened aboard, and those of you guys that are sort of listening and kind of being around when everyone's kind of moving all the stuff off the ship can tell that while the servants and stuff were below decks for the whole time, they were definitely being a lot like Hatterai. Like, they were listening as much as they could to what was going on above, and some version of what happened is going to pass at least through the servants. So, yeah, they get unloaded. Lord Stonetree comes to probably he talks to Syl first, and then would talk to Griffle, thanking you for doing what you could to help her, to help his daughter, and then basically says he will do everything he can in his power to protect her, and he can tell that you all have very complicated lives, but he will do what he can to assist you and to consider Three Trees a safe harbor and port if you need anything from advice to supplies to whatever. Like you are welcome at Three Trees. You can tell that part of what he explains to Griffle, because like that last part is what he explains to Griffle. There's a version of that he's probably said to a whole bunch of people, basically, merchants or people that do the river trade in one form or fashion. If they are, reputable and things like that, they kind of get a, hey, we recognize that you're here, that you do good deals, and you could do good business. You're welcome here in the town. His version that he kind of gives to you is basically that, with a little extra of like, if you need anything, just ask.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I'm much obliged. And we also are at your service and that of your daughter. I'm glad she. And Griffle kind of like looks away, kind of like seeming like really awkward and uncomfortable about the interaction, but it's just like I'm glad she lived.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. We all are. Yes. I think I'll be going now. You can tell that
Yes.
basically as soon as he's getting permission to get off the ship, like the ship is cool and fancy and everything, but this is still a situation that is like very much disturbed him to the core, and he wants to be away from it. So he gets off, he disembarks, all that sort of stuff. Do you guys want to do anything else in Three Trees in town? Like what's the goal from here? Once they're unloaded, what do you guys want to do?
I think we were looking at going to one of the other visions, but I don't know if we ever decided which one.
Ah, speaking of which, now that we're prime side, this would happen on the way back. So, I forgot, and I'm glad I gave you guys the stuff ahead of time. So when you basically make it out of the water, you see the temporal thing happen, right? The ship realigning itself. After you have the conversation with that process, and as you're making your way towards Three Trees, the events that I sent you in the Prosperity Channel, the vision happens.
Oh.
After when?
So basically, as the ship is realigning itself, that's when this thing happens. So it's realigning itself. You're like, hey, what's that? The ship explains this is what's happening. And then while that's as that's still going on, but before you make it to Three Trees, that's when the vision hits it, where Griffle has this experience and everybody gets this sense of being tied to Griffle for a moment. And then the vision happens.
And does everybody see the vision?
Yes, everyone gets the same vision.
Okay.
One thing I want to do here is, just like with all the visions, I'm going to have a little bit of time for explaining what you guys saw. And then after that, I want to kind of end it and kind of get to how you guys interact with each other. So this is going to happen before you drop the family off at Three Trees. How you guys interact with each other kind of after experiencing the vision. So let's do from now for the next actually, do you guys want to take a break real quick, and then we'll come back from break and start on this? I think that'd be better plan. So why don't we break until 40, and then we'll start on what you guys, what questions you have for me, with the purpose of, all right, you guys live these experiences. It's going to be more detailed than I can give you in a document. So ask me questions for clarifying, and then once that's done, then we'll get to how you guys react. So break until 40.
Okay.
We were assuming you guys were trying not to melt.
Yep, pretty much.
Yes, that is correct. I during our breaks, I try to go hop inside the freezer for a little bit.
I can't tell if you're serious.
Pretty sure at that temperature he is.
Recording back on?
Yep.
All right. So like I said, as normal, the first part's going to be look through the, if you guys had notes or questions or whatever about like what you were experiencing, or even to a shorter extent, like maybe what your character would perceive certain things as. So you can't ask things that kind of didn't happen during the story, but you can be like, oh, what do I think about this or this that's happening? Because you're experiencing it as you are that character. So I do kind of want to go in a little bit of an order just so we don't cover, not everyone's talking at once. Does anyone have like a list of things that they want to ask so I can kind of have them go first and then go from there for clarifications on what they saw and experienced?
Is the Hunter Seeker like a robot?
That is not an answer to my question.
Well, you said a
Sounds like-
list of questions. That's a
Sounds like
question.
Phil does.
Okay, so
I
Phil,
got hella questions.
all right, so Phil's first, and then I'll just kind of go in somewhat random order. So Phil, questions. So the first thing, is the Hunter Seeker a robot? No, he does not see it as being a robot. He sees it as being a fleshy entity. Actually, I think I have a picture of the Hunter Seeker. So
Oh, okay. Because it like in the story it said like plates or something.
yes, so it
It
has
was like a
like,
bug.
Didn't we
Like
encounter
chitinous plates, like
Yeah.
Yeah.
Insects.
We encountered a hunter killer drone in the ship's pocket dimension, right?
Did we?
I seem to remember fighting one.
But then that would have been different because that would have been a robot.
Or they're like anti-psionic weaponry.
Mm.
I could have sworn I had the picture. Am I blind? What the fuck? I know I had this picture set up, but I don't know where it went.
Gary,
Oh.
while you're looking for that, I just want to compliment you. The last like 2 lines where you tear a woman apart because she is her different parts of her body are stuck in different planes. Fucking awesome.
Okay, so I put it
What the
onto.
fuck is that?
That's the Hunter Killer.
That's awesome.
Now in the picture, this thing shows it as being like incredibly massive. So like the scale is very wrong.
Sure.
But he tells you how big it is in the story. So it looks like this, but that's the scale. So when it has like all these like tendrils and claws and appendages and it's like scrambling along, this is what the thing looks like. All right, other questions?
Are you just running with me or?
Yeah, I want to do like one person's questions and then I'll go to the next person.
Okay, am I asking from the perspective of my character or is this just story clarifications?
So what this is after the vision, this is if you have a question about I don't understand or I don't understand this experience or could you give me more detail on this? Like is that a robot is a great question because from his perspective, he would be able to say, well, no, it's not a robot. It's a chitinous weird ass creature.
Okay.
So that sort of stuff. On stuff from
the next question I had was 71, and is 71 identified as like in a person or a place?
So 71456 is the place.
Okay. And then what I don't know what category 2 means, right?
So category 2 from his perspective is you're not going to get like, oh, here's the explanation of the whole system. But from his mind, he says, all right, well, that's pretty damn safe. Not inhabited, but decently safe.
Okay.
So an area that is not actively inhabited, but is considered to be pretty safe.
Okay. And then Tremere is holding a pair of things. What are those things? I can't remember.
Presters.
Yeah,
This is the
what
question for the group. What are presters? Because you guys have actually seen these before. If you don't remember, that's perfectly fine. I'll re-explain.
I don't know.
So they're gloves that have an enchantment on them of prestidigitation. So they can do basically what prestidigitation does, but they're gloves. So they're magic gloves.
So like there was rust everywhere. She was probably cleaning up the rust or something.
Correct. So she was using them to
Yeah.
clean the rust off.
Okay.
But he's like an archaeologist in ruins, is what I was getting out of this.
And that's very much the feel, right?
Okay.
Now, just on the topic of creatures, because we would have seen her in the vision, what does she look like? What do we look like? Because it mentioned
They're-
hooves and stuff.
they're
Got nice hips.
They're both minotaurs.
I assume minotaurs, but didn't want
Yeah.
to make that assumption fully. I
No,
want to
no, no.
actually, yeah.
I have extra information because Gary and I talked about this.
Yeah.
Loosely a
Is
while
that the
ago.
race of Commander Akatos?
From the perspective of him,
Yes.
yes. So in his mind, he considers Akatos to also be he is a Minotaur. Yeah.
We
His
perceive
perspective.
Akatos to be.
I think we've only seen his
Okay,
face.
what is or at least can you describe what the nautiloid is? I know what it is like in D&D stuff, but is it similar here? Obviously not, because he's like wearing it on his chest.
From his perspective, he doesn't really know exactly what the thing is, but it's something that helps protect him. So it's part of his kit of stuff. And the description in there, it's kind of what it looks like. It's a little shell containment thing, and you can clip it onto you and turn it, and it'll whatever the little thing is that's on the inside will come out and extend its protections for you.
Okay. And then Tremere was wearing her own device that was like a
Smash.
dimensional suck. I guess it would like had a timer on it, and when it recharged, it would take you back to your
So she basically had a for lack of a better term, she had a Hearthstone,
yeah.
but it takes a
Okay.
long time for it to arm.
Okay, and then a Rind Blade is just a chain sword from 40k.
Kind of. I mean, it's a chainsaw sword, so
Yeah.
Which is what those kobolds had, right?
yeah.
We have those. Those are familiar to us.
Okay,
Is-
would
Sorry.
In the
I
vision-
know where this is taking place? Would or a general idea of where this is taking place? Is that obvious to me as experiencing this? Me being filibuster in the second case.
Your character does not know where this is taking place. Michael probably understands where this is,
Yes.
but Filibuster does not. Also, I will say that because you guys have seen something similar to the Ren Blade before, the version that the Kobolds used was like a jerry-rigged like junk part version of this thing. The one that he is using looks like it's like in perfect condition. It's like a tool of war. Like the Kobolds had things that kind of look like tools or things like this. This guy has a very clearly a in good condition, powerful weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then also, ever since you've described to me what this place is, and then reading this story, I kind of picture it in my head like the Twisting Nether in the World of Warcraft, where just like random islands are floating through space. Is that what it's like, or is it? Can you describe like the surroundings more?
From his perspective, he thinks about this place as a maze of interconnected buildings.
Oh, interesting. So like going into the next room is being in a different place.
Yeah, so there's
Which is why he asked about clearing the next room over.
Right. So inside each room, you go from room to room as you would just normally walk inside of a building. Going between buildings typically requires things like going through the maze or the snap strap or other sorts of things.
Okay.
Yeah, do we know what this slipstream is that they're using?
Nope.
Okay, and then there's this yellow dust that so can you explain like the weird like so he turns on heat vision, the hunter seeker is not supposed to give off heat, but there's like heat in the hunter seeker, and then it essentially explodes out of it, right? And there's a stream of fire. He runs away. What's the yellow dust part?
He doesn't know. So he can tell when he's focusing on the heat vision and then he sees out of his periphery, like in the normal vision, he sees all this yellow dust that's collecting on him, and Tremere is like coughing. He's like, okay, well, I don't know what this shit is. I'm out. So he doesn't I can't give you any more information because he doesn't know what it is either. He just knows that it's bright yellow dust of some kind and it smells terrible.
Is it glowing or is it just yellow?
Yes. There was a lot of light in the room. So his perspective, he doesn't know if the dust is glowing or if it's just very bright when you shine a light on it.
Sorry, I may have zoned out for this. Did we get the explanation of what prestas are? Because I don't think I have.
Yes, they're prestidigitation gloves.
Correct.
Ah, cool.
Okay, that's all the questions I have.
Okay.
Oh, good.
Syl, you're next.
Do we have a sense of what time this is occurring in? Like, do we have any clues for that?
Not really.
Okay. Kind of all I got.
And again, this is making sure that your characters have a good understanding of the vision, not like other stuff about like other questions. Because then we'll kind of switch from that into how you guys react and talking with each other's characters, and I can talk and give you extra information, stuff like that.
Okay.
So if the stuff we've already gone over is clear, then cool. Morin, Josh, you're next.
So he smells, or we smell the dust, right?
Correct.
Is this something that Morin, in experiencing the vision, would smell and would recognize the smell as something he had smelled before?
Yes to both.
So does it smell like the yellow dust that was covering Lab 1?
Yes.
Okay.
And what was that dust again in Lab 1? That was the aberrant creatures dying?
It was the remains of the chaos elements. The creatures from the Alandar.
So your character is knowledgeable enough about like the physical world to know that that is actually an element that's actually a not quite naturally occurring as a in quotations here, but that's sulfur is what that stuff is.
Mhm.
Any other questions, Morin, from understanding of what's going on?
With the vision, we didn't perceive where that dust was coming from.
Yeah, he noticed that it was falling like rain, but didn't know where it was coming from. He basically saw whatever was going on and then immediately just noped out of there.
Okay.
Okay, so if you don't have any others, Drock?
So there was that part where it was talking about like little hands trying to like rip out from the inside almost. Is that like would we have recognized anything from that? Kind of a similar question, like recognizing the sulfur, right?
So from his perspective, the hands looked strange because they were too small and they had too many fingers. From your perspective, him saying too many fingers mean that they had 4 fingers and a thumb, and they were roughly human sized.
Sorry, how many fingers and a thumb? 4?
So they look like human hands.
Yeah.
But for him, that's too many fingers because he has 4 fingers, not 5. And
It's 4.
his hands are way bigger. Even Tremeri's hands are way bigger than that. Because Minotaur are just a bigger race of people.
So I'm almost wondering, like, if this has something to do with like one of the summer queens, like ripping out of a containment or something, you know, some fire going
We're not
on,
there yet.
sulfur.
Wait. We're just doing initial reactions. We'll get there.
Okay, fair. Yeah, I think that's all the questions I have.
I got things to say.
Okay, so again, for clarifications, 1, do you have any clarifying questions? Things that you're like, what exactly did you say?
So he's talking about his transparents, his MR transparencies.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what's in his mind about what those are?
So the transparents actually kind of look like oh shit, what are they like the overhead projectors? Do you remember like the old overhead projectors?
Mhm.
They had these basically transparent pieces of plastic that you could draw on, or you could print something on the piece of plastic and then projected onto a screen.
Mhm.
That's kind of what he's holding. He's holding small, maybe the size of a large phone, or like a cell phone. He's holding small plastic things with outlines on them that have Forerunner writing on them, and then below it has some sort of smaller writing in text that he recognizes. It's his own, not his own handwriting, but his own language.
Mhm.
It has a not necessarily a translation, but a what you do if you see this message.
Mhm.
So he has this thick ring that has all these things, again, kind of like imagine like a key ring, only instead of keys, it has these small pieces of transparent stuff with Forerunner printed writing on it that has the hey, if you see this, this is your reaction.
And so like how does he use these? Like that's I guess what I wasn't like he takes one out and they're organized from like highest threat to lowest threat. But like how are they used?
Right. So imagine you've got like a panel on the wall.
Mhm.
So in a lot of like spy movies and stuff, how they have that like hand reader panel, you know what I'm talking about? Does that give you
Yeah.
a clear image?
Mhm.
Imagine a panel like that, only instead of it being a hand reader, it has writing on it of some kind. And so basically he's going, I don't understand what the writing says. So instead of trying to understand what the writing says, they have these things and they just put them on top of the panel
Mhm.
and they see if there's overlap in the writing. So I have a thing that says something, and I'm going to put it over top, and then I see if they match up. And if they don't match up, I flip it to another one. So the first one he puts on there, it doesn't match the writing, like it change the writing moves and stuff. He's like, that doesn't match the design that's on my transparent. So he pushes it off of the panel and then slides the next one off the key ring to the spot on the panel and sees if it matches.
Mhm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. And then when it matches, what does that tell him?
It matches. He's like, okay, well, I need to read the instructions on this transparent of what I'm supposed to do. And the instruction says what it says in the story.
Okay. Okay. Um hmm.
Any other questions from one?
Not at the moment.
And I did intentionally do Griffle last since you are kind of the focus of this. It is your vision that's happening. So Griffle, Foxy, you are last. Any questions about what is going on? And then you'll be kind of the one to start reacting to what happened.
Okay. Sorry. So I'm rereading. Most of the questions that have been asked so far are like ones that I would have asked as well. What is my understanding of our like the purpose, right? Like what are we doing here? Like are we here? Are we trying to like how do I phrase this? If this area is so dangerous and it's so hard to keep control of, why are we here? What is my understanding of why?
So, from his perspective, he's basically a soldier on patrol, kind of at the edge of the territory they control. So, his job is to keep the civilians and other people safe from while they're doing whatever they're doing. So he sort of considers this not like enemy territory so much as the edge of the territory that they control, and his job is to respond if there's some sort of problem.
Okay.
He doesn't really take that many more steps beyond that.
Okay. So the like vision mentions Akatos, and I have encountered Akatos before, when I went to visit Aegis, or Aegis, however you want to pronounce it. Does when he speaks about Akatos, does the vision is it the same Like when you talk about someone, you often get like a mental image of them. Is it the same person?
You're pretty certain it is.
Cool.
He doesn't
Just making sure.
he doesn't take time, but when you think about it and you think about kind of the perspective of the character, there doesn't seem anything that discounts it, and there seems reason that the lines should connect. So it's not
Okay.
like a yes 100%, but it makes sense.
Okay.
Can you remind us what we know about Akatos?
Mostly, I'm going to say the conversation with Akatos, I think, is penned in Lord Aegis'
Aegis channel. Yeah.
Yeah, so Akatos was like the general who was like, I don't think we should be doing this fight. And Aegis was like, yeah, we are, right?
So
Akatos was the commander of whoever is controlling the rings, and Aegis was going to bring in another army. And Akatos said, "If you bring in an army, we'll be fighting because we're not in control of the rings to anybody." And so Aegis then, some other voice talked to Aegis, and so Aegis then relieved a different person, promoted Akatos to general, which is what he's called in this vision that we have. So we know that this is at least somewhat recent.
Oh.
So, okay. So this is happening in the rings, the infinite rings.
so
And I believe
Probably.
he's a maze runner.
I think we've
Yeah.
gone past the do you understand what's happening from that and getting into the discussion part of it. So but I hate having to stop you guys for it, but Griffle, do you have any other questions for hey, do I understand what this thing is before we get into open discussion?
Okay. Sorry, just skimming real quick. I think the answer's no.
And if there is something small that you guys have while you're discussing, obviously we can go back, but I do want to be like, all right, well, that's mostly
That-
close, and then we'll go to the next section.
That putrid burning rot, that's a smell, right? That's what we're talking about, the smell of the sulfur?
Sulfur?
Yes.
Cool.
And from his perspective, when he sees the sulfur burn, he's not seen that ever before, and that freaks him out, and he leaves. In character, you guys have seen sulfur burn before, and it was very freaky, but it's very distinctive looking. I don't have any stuff for it, but if you Google like burning sulfur, like if you see what it looks like, it's very distinctive looking.
Okay.
So, all right. Go from there to all right, you guys wake up and
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Okay. So, first thing I want to do is my rod is on me, obviously, because I felt it. It's mended itself from a few days ago when I broke it in half.
correct.
When So during my rod hasn't responded at all from between the time when I broke it and the time when basically now it hasn't done anything different, right? It's just fixed itself and then it's just been in my pack, yeah?
Correct. And several other people in the group have experienced the kind of cold sensation. If people want to remind, like, who all's had the rod has gone cold thing happen to them?
I think I did.
believe.
3 people. So
And still
one
maybe?
Drock and
Sorry, what was the question? I zoned out.
the 3 people that have had their rods grow cold while we've been in the Reach. It was one Drock and
I don't think it was me.
I'm not positive, but I'm pretty sure it was.
I think it was you because I definitely don't know it was me.
We think that the going cold, I remember at first we thought it was because we touched the rain, but then we thought it was because it meant that our vision had happened already. Is that
Correct.
right?
Correct. Yeah.
The point that I'm going to be making with this is after this experience, we think it's because the vision happened does seem to be what's going on.
But then wait, did Morin who's Syl was the pregnant woman? No.
No,
I
that
was the pregnant woman.
Oh.
Griffle had the vision at 3 trees. So what seems to happen is a different reaction because you changed what happened in Griffle's vision. It occurred, so it started to go cold, but then it changed.
Oh.
And a different thing happened. She got a
Correct.
new vision. Okay.
So does
well-
this mean that I'm just going to keep having new visions every time we change one?
Well, if we can
But we-
prevent this thing from happening, maybe.
But we all got vision.
That's true.
And the thing that changed was the strands that we saw around.
Yeah. I was aware of the strands as well, according to the vision. Like, I'm aware that something's happened to you guys as well. So I guess, like, Griffle will kind of, like, look at you guys and hold the rod up and be like, okay. Anyone else see that?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, for sure.
Actually, I do have a point of clarification. So, does he think? So he said like prime side was a word that like he used. Does that mean that this is happening somewhere in the prime?
Yes.
Okay.
From his perspective, he was on the prime when he was in his charging station. He was on his prime when he landed on the other
Okay.
end of the flip.
But it seems like the maze goes through like a bunch of different.
Yeah. Do we know? Like, does he have like a concept of where this is in relation to anything else that Griffle would recognize?
He doesn't really think about it. He focuses on kind of the job at hand.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
So I know, kind of this is less sort of individualized. So if you guys have something you want to say or do, this is how your characters are reacting after the vision. And I know it sounded like Filibuster had reactions. So
Gary,
what?
does does this experience remind me of being in the big dark room on Prosperity?
Big dark room on Prosperity.
With
The one with endless darkness.
Not anything specific about it. No. I mean, there is definitely a thing of the sort of sci-fi type tech stuff does feel like Prosperity. There isn't any mechanical part of it.
I think that idea was based on my original image of what this scene looked like, and now it's not.
Yeah, I think this is like an indoor maze, not like a bunch of floating islands, right?
Could we contact Aegis and ask him about this?
I think we could. So I had sent him a sending and he has not responded to it yet. That would have been like earlier this morning, basically. So
Do sendings work across planes?
The normal sending does not. So this is something your characters would know. There is a more powerful version of sending that does work across planes, but the normal version of sending does not.
But it does go to like some voicemail, right?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask.
So normally what happens is that it just fails. Like the spell fails if your target's not on that plane. There are ways that you can more or less set up a voicemail.
like, would we have ever heard of a slipstream before? This is like completely foreign to us.
I mean, yeah, this is basically some mostly fantasy characters are getting a very sci-fi vision.
Yeah.
So you have this vision. Griffle's like, "Hey, did you guys all get that?" You all nod.
I
I
mean, I
know.
think we would.
God.
Sorry. Well, I think we would definitely have the conversation about General Akatos and that this is probably the infinite rings, right? I think that it makes sense that we would reason that out.
Probably. And then what did you guys think about the human, I guess, trying to break out of the hunter killer?
I don't know. That shit's crazy.
I'm almost wondering, like, with the heat and burning and the whole, because the heat vision like kept picking up on this one thing, I'm almost wondering if it's like a summer queen or something, like trying to break out of, you know, an imprisonment or something, like it, almost like she's imprisoned inside and breaking out.
Or like
This
assassinating.
True, yeah.
the sulfur was in the wild lab, right? Where the creatures with the what was the disease we got?
Not
The
the
Abyssal
wild
Plague
lab. It was
is
the elemental lab.
Oh, okay. And we didn't. Did we finish off the elemental lab?
it was a tiny
Yes.
lab. They had like they were turning people into abyssal creatures.
They had turned one person into an abyssal creature, but they had also been successfully summoning things from the Alandar ship.
I thought there were
Yeah.
2 assistants.
I
Was
think
it
there were
just
2
one?
assistants.
And the Alandar is somewhere in the wilds, right?
No, the Alandar
No.
is like the river that connects the plain called No Don't
that's right.
to the wilds.
Also called Gverderic is the name. But yes, a lot of things referred to as no don't.
So I
Is
think
the
it's like
translation.
my thought is like they like the Alandar or like No Don't is like abyssal chaotic and the wilds are like fey chaotic. Like that's why they're near each other.
And the
And the
Alandar
Alandar is the river, quote unquote, river in between.
Yeah, and then like Aegis and his generals or whatever are like fighting to keep it clear essentially so that the no don't doesn't like bleed into other planes. And then
Barry, I
there's
just want to
been
clarify. Sorry.
go ahead.
The blue fire comes. Okay, the blue fire originates from the hunter killer, or the blue fire is created by the hunter killer?
So basically, it's coming from the hands, the hole in the creature's side that the hands are pulling their way out of. There is this, imagine it like an arterial spurt, this
Yeah.
spurt of blue flame.
Yeah, like a solar flare style arc of fire, right?
Right.
That's kind of what I pictured.
Go ahead, one. You were.
I apologize for.
Oh no, you're fine. What was it? Oh, I guess just that they're trying to like the Alandar was like growing, like has experienced like a resurgence of growth that Aegis was talking to his generals about like they're having to put more effort into keeping it clear, I think was that conversation we walked in on.
Right. Do we know if the infinite rings are in or near the Alandar?
We have the map that might be pinned somewhere.
The rings are not accessible through normal It's like
They're like a little
the prime.
station.
It's like the prime, but then it's like stacked upon the prime. It's a bunch of
Okay.
different planes.
It's oh yeah,
Almost
we
like a
thought it was-
maze?
Are they like demi planes or something?
we weren't sure. We think it's that unlabeled circle in the middle, right? Didn't we think that?
So you're
The
not
map
sure.
pinned.
So I pulled you guys over. I think there is another piece of the map that is also pinned.
There we go.
I don't remember
There
where it
is,
is. Only
yeah.
that
It's
breaks
in
up
Discord.
pieces.
It's in Prosperity.
In Prosperity. The color coded one, right?
Yeah.
Am I blind? Is it here?
No.
Yeah.
It's in campaign resource.
So it's in the Prosperity channel.
I've looked for it before. I have never seen it pinned.
Oh, okay, hang on. So the Alandar is between Three Deaths and Court of Spring / Fallen Court of Autumn on this map.
Say that again.
But the Alandar and the Infinite Rings are not the same thing.
Right.
Yep. But so Plucky told me that the Alandar is between Three Deaths and the Court of Spring / Fallen Court of Autumn on the on the map. Yeah, so somewhere between theirs.
Oh.
Draw that, Gary.
The line, yeah. And I'm gonna be dumb and say I also don't see because there is a labeled map of what is on what plane.
Found
Yeah.
it. It's I don't have permission to pin, but it is 312.22.
Oh, it
if
has
you-
the map is
it's-
pinned.
It's right underneath the map of the Reach, which is pinned. So if you go to the pins and you click on the map of the Reach, it's right underneath that one.
Cool.
Oh, it's like the same message almost.
Yep.
And which of these places is it that translates to no, don't?
Guarderic.
Guarderic, it's the farmost right orange one.
Ah, okay.
Right bottom.
In the abyssal. And this refers to the script.
Yeah, so the letters refers to what plane Plucky says that it's on. And then the sections, the kind of color coded things refers to in what language things are written in.
Wait, so what is the E?
Elemental.
Elemental plane, elemental chaos.
Okay. So no doubt is elemental chaos in the elemental chaos. And so is Three Deaths. Do we have a legend for the letters?
One exists. Do you guys have it? If I was a better DM, maybe, but I don't. I don't know where it is at the moment. So.
Right. Hang on. And then so Iron Tower is draconic, and Aegis is like the Lord of the Iron Tower. Lord of the Plane of the Iron Tower. Sorry.
I insinuated one time that he was a dragon, and he said he was not. I think.
Yeah, but I think he is draconic in like origin and nature, from what I've seen of him.
Yes.
Also, because so you guys don't know this in character, but I traded him what was potentially a dragon egg.
Mm.
4.
That's none of your
Absolutely
business.
nothing.
Wow.
No,
God.
it was for updated star maps for the Black Blood Guild.
Wow.
Is
Where'd
that
you
what
get a
they call
dragon
it
egg?
these days?
Okay. So between previous, okay.
Do we know, or do we just have a suspicion, or is it just me that thinks the infinite barrier and the infinite rings are the infinite rings of something Starlight?
Yeah. So, well, because we had talked about the infinite rings, I think with Aegis, because Drock wanted to know about them.
Yeah, they had something to do with battle mines.
They're like the last place battle mines were seen, I think.
Yeah.
But it was like unclear if the infinite rings were like a prison or a vault. Like it was very hard to get in them, but also to get out of them. So it was like unclear what their purpose was. Are they guarding, keeping something in, keeping something out? And then,
Right, this conversation was with Marcel, not Aegis, but carry on.
oh, okay. But yeah, then there's this one unlabeled plane that you can only reach from them.
That sounds like the Infinite Rings then.
Hmm.
I thought we were
Which-
discussing whether it was Celestia or if it was
It could
the
be.
Infinite Rings. It was one or the other.
I think when we asked Plucky, when we first got this map, we asked Plucky, like, where are we on it? And Plucky didn't understand. Is that right?
Yeah, basically.
Because we were just sitting. Where were we at that time?
You guys were sitting in the prime, just somewhere not connected. Basically,
Oh, we were on the mountaintop. Is where we were.
Yeah.
all these things are points of interest in different places. These are sort of like waypoints. So yeah.
Mhm.
He basically
Right.
said you're not on the map right now because you're not at one of the waypoints.
Did we actually figure out what part of this map is the prime or on the prime?
No, anything marked P is on
The
Prime.
P's, right?
Correct. Anything marked P is on the prime.
Okay, so just for completeness, what's the A and the S and the W?
A is Astral Sea, S is Shadowfell, E is Elemental Chaos, W is Wilds.
Okay.
Oh, so the Core of Blades is probably the Goblin Court, because it's in the Goblin region,
Yeah.
right?
Makes sense. Go visit the uncle.
Or it says, but that says Fallen Court of Autumn. Wait,
Wait,
what?
what is S? Sorry, again?
There's so many courts.
Shadowfell.
Shadowfell. Right. Okay. So Iron Towers in the Astral Sea.
And what is the Astral Sea like affiliated with?
I don't know how you want me to answer that question.
Like elemental chaos is associated with elementals. Prime is like us. Wilds
Mortals.
are like goblins and elves
So-
and stuff.
The typical like the textbook explanation for the different things is that you've got the prime material plane, and then if if you're thinking like up, down, left, right, etc. If you go to one side of the prime material, like to the left is Shadowfell, the right is the Wilds, and then if you went up, you'd get to the Astral Sea, and if you went down, you went to the Elemental Chaos.
Okay, and like, so what would I as a character know about the Astral Sea?
That it's a crazy place. That's like it's a mythical place that is basically outer space from your perspective.
Okay, I mean, like, are there beings that are said to have come from there? Am I like, that's where angels come from? Or like what are stories that I would have potentially heard about it?
So so the only thing that you and the people from Prosperity would connect with the Astral Sea by like automatically are the Bladelings. So there are people called Bladelings. They're the guards in Prosperity. They are contracted by the mercenaries, contracted by the gnomes, and they are supposed to be from the Astral Sea.
And so I would be like, robots are from the Astral Sea.
Well, Bladelings aren't robots, but yeah,
Metal people are from the Astral Sea.
there you go.
Okay.
So Gripple pulls up this map and points to Infinite Barrier and is like, "This is on the prime. We could go."
I'm trying not to get like exploded by a vampire woman
Hmm.
currently.
Why would
Wait,
going
did
there
An-
explode you?
Yeah, what?
Because it's not in the reach, I'm assuming.
Oh, well, we just have to tell her we're done in the reach if we actually like are done in
we're-
the reach.
Oh,
pursuing
okay.
a
So let's just
vision.
like.
So, hang on. What I'm trying to understand is so like the okay. So the last time visions happened for you guys, your rods went cold, similar to how mine did. But like you didn't get.
No,
Hmm?
they didn't necessarily go cold. The cold was, we thought, indicating that the thing we had seen in our vision had happened,
Exactly. Yeah. The
Yeah.
vision was done and had come true.
like locked in. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. What I want to know though is like, does the cold that I received from this one mean that it's already happened? Like I know we don't
Or,
have an answer for
I
that,
mean,
or
the
is
cold happened at the very beginning. I'm assuming it was happening. that
like
moment.
right then and there. But then we got the vision. So does that mean that we were riding behind this guy's eyes while this was happening? Is it like has this just happened right now?
I think the
Because
cold
if
is
so,
associated with the baby. Because your vision was about the baby being born and dying, and we sort of resolved the baby situation.
Oh,
And
you're
you-
saying the cold happened as in this is locked in now, and then the new vision came and it's not locked in.
right,
Yeah, I
because
think
we
she.
all got the vision, but all of our rods didn't grow cold. Only grow.
I think. Yeah, I think that we all got a vision because we like completed a task. Essentially, I mean, like these rods are basically exterior, telling us things that need to happen.
or
Maybe.
things that shouldn't happen, possibly.
Right. Things that need to be dealt with, perhaps.
I don't know. Like my vision, I don't think there was nothing really bad in my vision. It was just Hatterai talking to that kid and thinking about the waystones and stuff, or the keystone. Sorry. Like I don't think we would have wanted to change it in any way.
But maybe it was like we needed to go meet Hatterai, you know?
Exactly. Yeah, but then altering the events or not, right? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, but we didn't save the kid's dad. Maybe that would have been a better outcome.
True.
So whose rods have not gone cold?
Oh, that would be
You?
me
Yeah, mine has not.
and you and me.
So those might be the dreams we want to focus on next.
But if we're all getting this one,
Well, so my
we're all
dream
this
has
one-
happened. Hatterai told us that it happened.
That's what. That's what I thought.
But your rod never went cold?
I don't recall it going cold.
Let
did
me pull up-
Hatterai actually tell you that it happened, or did he just tell you that he thought
Yeah,
it would
because we asked him, said, "Hey,
Yeah.
so and so, I had this dream. So and so died in it," and he's like, "Oh yeah, that happened so and so time ago."
I
So
mean, maybe.
because
Go
you
ahead,
have
Sam.
this, I want to make sure that me as the DM did not make a mistake either in description or if we're getting stuff that your characters would know, right? So it sounds like us as players and DM are having a discussion about like what visions with what rods were connected. So let me clarify that so it's completely clear. So there is a vision that has this is Blake's vision. So Sill's vision about the poisoning of him poisoning his wife.
Yep.
So that vision has come to pass. The rod went cold on one. There is another vision talking about the chief going to the sacred ground.
On the Stormhounds. Yeah,
That was
Yeah.
Philly.
that was me.
And that one has gone cold. So that one has also occurred.
Oh, okay.
Um,
But you're telling me that I did experience the. I don't recall the things. Whatever. Never mind.
yes, so that would have happened.
Okay.
And I don't know if this is misremembering or if I did something incorrect or whatever, but let's set the record straight that your rod has gone cold with the understanding that you feel confident, and this is me as the DM saying, you know that that's what this means. When the rod goes cold, that vision has, the prophecy has elapsed one way or another.
Okay.
And then the vision with Hatterai and Cicero, that's Drock's vision, that one has occurred. I think the answer might be that I had one's rod go cold when it should have been Bill's. I think that's the real conclusion that I'm getting to here.
Okay.
So the Leviathan thing has not happened.
Correct. So the Leviathan one has not occurred. The vision of the death of Lady Stonetree, that has occurred technically, but it is. So
Sorry, not sorry.
That's
um,
good.
And then the last vision of the fisherman is also not happened. So of the 6 visions, 4 of them have come to pass. One of which has been altered. So you guys have 2 left. The one at sea, and then the fisherman vision are the ones that have not come to pass.
Now, just to clarify again, was this a new vision, or is this a maybe you can't answer this question, but is the story, this short story, this is resulting from Griffle's original vision of the baby happening, or is this or is the cold saying this happened, or do we not know?
Not sure.
But it seems like because we just finished the baby stuff.
To be
And we
clear,
did-
I'm saying as the DM, I'm not giving an objective answer. Whereas to the other things, I'm objectively saying these have passed and these have not.
Yeah, yeah.
So then, if we assume that the cold of Griffle's rod was for the previous vision, and all of the visions we have gotten are prophetic, right? This one is still yet to come. Now we have 3 visions that are still yet to come. Which seems the most pressing? And part of me is like, we should stick to the reach and finish these first. We were given 6 first. We should deal with the ones we were given first.
So
Um,
oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, like, practically speaking, we have a location for the fisherman. It's on the north coast somewhere, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Do we have a location for the one at sea? The Leviathan one?
I thought it was
Kinda.
somewhere off the northwest coast somewhere.
Right.
Well,
Yeah.
we said if you look at the map, like where the boat is, it could be in that area.
Right.
That's not.
It's
We
a giant.
don't really have a location for the vision we just got. So practically speaking, if we did want to pursue that one first, we would need to either speak to Aegis and see if he can give us a location and some advice about what to do.
Mhm.
And is Aegis aware of the rods?
Yes.
Yeah, because we tried to show them to him and
Cool.
he couldn't remember them. Remember?
I thought
So
he
is he
could.
aware of the rods? Kind of.
Yeah, he knows we have them. But when we handed it to them, he could not remember.
I
Does
thought
anyone
he could remember.
Could remember? Do you remember something different happened when he with the rods? But does anyone remember what was specific about Aegis with the rods?
Yeah, he was like, with everybody else, there's like 1,000 possible futures, and with him, there was none.
Right. So when they gave you back the rod, you saw this splintering of futures with everybody you've handed them to that have been able to like keep track of them. When Aegis gave you back, there was no other thing. You saw basically hundreds or thousands of different iterations of him handing you the rod and nothing else happening.
Which I took to mean he's like a creature of supreme order. Like, in a way
Or
that
he just knows what the fuck he's gonna do.
maybe. Yeah. So I would think, okay, because we know that Leviathan are agents of the adversary or like remnants of the adversary, and the Leviathan are about to go crazy in a way that they have not done before. And because like hundreds of orcs are set up to die in this Leviathan swarm, I think it makes sense to pursue mine next.
I agree.
Yeah. And I also feel like we can tell Aegis, like, hey, this is a specific location where a thing is going to happen. He knows how to.
I have a quick
Yeah.
aside for you. Would you all have told, well, one, are you guys having this conversation out loud? 2, would you have told Hatterai to not be on deck, or is he sort of a part of this conversation in one way or another? Because if you don't
like-
tell him to go away, he's going
Fine
to
with
be on
Hatterai.
deck.
I'm fine with Hatterai being there, but
Same.
I kind of assumed we forgot about him. If he's listening in, good for him.
I mean, you may have, but I'm saying for the purposes of knowing what the scene is like in my head and knowing who's present, it's important for me to because, like, Lord Stonetree and Lady Stonetree and the servants and things, they're not here. They're below decks preparing to get all their shit ready to get out. Hatterai, unless he's told to go below decks, is going to stay above decks and stay vaguely near you guys, as he is.
Yeah. No,
Told
I'm
you
more
all-
saying, like, in character, I would have kind of forgotten about him, distracted by the vision, and just started talking.
Right. Okay.
And he's definitely telling Al Shaib everything.
Probably.
But he's not an agent of the adversary, so that's good.
Yeah, there's only one bad guy in the world.
what baffles me is that like the beacons are Forerunner technology and they repel the Leviathan, who are like the Forerunner technology is also of the adversary. So like, is this a house divided situation or like?
Well, we know that the Forerunners, who I guess are the adversary, are like they exploited the wilds to their benefit. It seems like. So
The Forerunners are outsiders?
I think so. I mean, like because they built the ships, and we know the ships are like the warships of the adversary.
Or did the adversary just take over their tech in time?
True, that's true. Forerunner tech could have been pre-existing and could have just been like co-opted and corrupted.
Or vice versa.
Mm.
The only thing I will say as DM is you do not have, your characters do not have strong reasons to believe anything other than what you guys had. Like,
I'll stop. Anything.
I'm just saying, like, because there were other things like, your characters remember this. Your characters are basically on the page that you guys are with this particular dilemma.
Yeah.
Okay, so I agree with one. I think the saving the orcs is a noble cause. If nobody objects, I will ask Plucky how long it would take us to fly. We were thinking about the northwest coast, right?
Yeah.
Well, also,
It's like right here.
Gary's point of Hatterai being around, I think one of us should, be like, oh, hey, Hatterai, you're still here. Any input? The Reach is kind of, your turf.
Like he could guide us to the orcs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
Or if he even
150-ish
thinks, like,
miles.
what is of
Yeah.
importance, right? Dealing with the Leviathan threat or seeing what this fisherman thing is, right? He knows enough about our visions and that they've been coming true, so his input might be good.
We're also told that the dragons usually happen at the end of the storm. So, and the Leviathan, I think, were during the storm.
The storm is still ongoing. Yeah.
Yes.
We also got information that storm giants hang out at Newport, or what was once known as Gwich'Nyat.
So I'll just look at Hatterai and be like, any thoughts, Hatterai?
I have a great many thoughts. I hesitate to suggest anything as the results of my suggestion proved how little I was aware of the truth of matters. I was primarily concerned with the storm possibly being connected with the lack of leviathans in the lake, and we came to find out that there were leviathans in the lake and something that ate them, and that the thing that was eating the leviathans also did not cause the storms. So I hesitate to offer any additional courses of action, but I will give you what imperfect knowledge I have if you have questions.
How long do these storms typically last historically? And what day of the storm are we on now?
The storms typically last. That's a difficult question to answer, but the assumption that I can make from the historical texts is that these storms would last anywhere from a few days to a couple of weeks. This storm is on its third or fourth week, if I understand things correctly.
Okay, so in theory, the storm could be ending soon. If it normally only lasts like several weeks. So if we're going to deal with the Leviathan, that should be our next best bet if they're typically most active during the storm.
Leviathan are active all of the time, but they are closer to shore and more active during the times of the storm. That is correct. And this storm is lasting longer than previous storms, regardless of the other pieces that are there. Knowing the exact time period is different than knowing that this one is somehow different. The facilities at Emmett's Rest are designed to take the waters from the storm to store them in cisterns and to reroute them to our fields so that we may use the power of the storm in feeding the village by the exports from the enchanted water. And those cisterns are full and overflowing. The town is flooding. The bridge is likely to be out in a matter of a few more days if things do not end. The storm is, well, from our perspective, I guess, already outstayed its welcome in the Reach. I am more worried about what happens if it doesn't stop, or if it continues on and is supposed to stop in weeks. What will be left that has not been washed away?
Just to clarify, I believe my dream does happen during the storm because the Leviathans are close to the shore and driving fish onto the beach.
Well, and it's like pouring down rain in your dream. So, yes.
Yeah.
I think, if memory serves, the only vision that you guys have that does not have it currently raining is one of Minnie's vision, and the character can see the storm to the south and has reports that the storm is there. So the storm is concurrent, it's just the vision isn't taking place inside of the storm.
So Griffel's going to, while this conversation is happening, going to be like communicating with Plucky, essentially like plotting a course, to like roughly about here, and asking Plucky like how long that would take manually versus doing a jump. So 150
DM
miles about.
The DM ideally will look up the stupid speed of the ship thing and get back.
Overland flight rules that were super confusing.
I think it's actually in the ship thing. So,
But I think that we can teleport with my Arcana to within 10 miles reliably. Like, I don't
Yeah.
think there's a way we can fail to teleport within 10 miles.
Yeah, we should just leave from town, give them one last, farewell
One
present,
last
just like
whoopee.
Yeah.
poof.
We can do 130 miles in a day.
Yeah,
So I
so we
think
should
that-
just
So it's
pop
about a day.
over.
I think we should
a day and a
teleport.
bit, yeah. I don't think we should wait that long.
No, we should get moving.
okay, so you're firing up the ship's teleporter in order to get there?
Yep.
The normal one, not the ESAT?
Yeah. Are we going to leave from town or should we actually fly away? It was kind of a joke, but would also be awesome.
I think it's fine, right? It's not like we have like rocket boosters that fire up or anything, right?
No,
Well,
we
it
don't.
is Is teleporting like a small atomic bomb, Gary? Does like the air where we were like?
Is there a
cause an air burst?
cavitation bubble?
Would our characters know what a cavitation bubble is?
Plane shifting does not cause any problems to the place where you leave.
There we go.
In that case, I vote we plane shift from right where we are, and also Griffle's gonna just kind of like pat Hatterai on the shoulder and be like, "Watch this."
Yeah, you guys haven't teleported with him yet, have you? No, you
Nope.
Yeah, we did.
We did. Well, yes, we did.
Oh,
You
that's
teleport
right. We
to
Lammus
teleported
rest
to
of the
Obai.
goodbye.
Yeah. That's right.
But I don't think we've teleported in broad daylight in front of a whole town.
No.
Well, just chilling, you know.
The
I like
church
how we came to
definitely-
the reach. We're like, oh yeah, we're gonna fly under the radar. Like we're gonna teleport in outside of the major settlement so that nobody knows that we're here, and then we just.
The church is definitely not going to hear about the ship that they're desperate for.
No, they won't
No,
be able to
we're
catch
good.
us. It'll be totally fine.
All right. So I'm going to assume we drop off the the people at Three Trees. Is it?
Yeah, he gave a little speech if we need anything. They're there. Yada, yada, yada.
We just left like a powerful fey creature just in the hands of a dude with a sword.
Technically, the creature is still in the bottom of the lake. It's just kind of bound to the kid.
He's got like a magic sword though, so
Yeah.
Mhm.
it's fine.
And if all else fails, we have a small nuclear device that will protect the child.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Small, yes.
So the one quick thing that I want to have is there's nothing else you guys want to do in Three Trees before you bamf away, correct?
Before we incinerate them in a nuclear vacuum, no.
No. Should we check with oil on water? Make sure. So I was
Yeah,
just gonna
actually,
say, yeah. Make sure she's
um,
chill and knows he's back safe, and we kept our promise.
So, if you guys wait long enough for oil for like everyone to get off the ship and get settled, like oil and water and Gofrint are going to show up at the manor house. Like, if you wanted to say we're going to stay long enough for them to show up and for us to say, hey, we gave them back, you can definitely do that, and they'll show up.
Yeah,
Like, I think
actually,
we would
what
just let him off the ship, give a wave,
Yeah.
what
he
I was
doesn't
gonna
like us
ask
anyway.
is when we took the boat, the paper boat up the river, or like across the lake and then up the river to the manor, you gave us a description of like a bunch of work happening inside a large building. Can you refresh me what that was about?
So
wasn't
that's
that the blacksmith?
the foundry, but yes. So it's the foundry, and you guys have you guys think that Gofrint, the guy that made the sword, that's what was happening in the foundry, was him
Ah,
crafting
okay.
that sword.
Okay, cool. All right, yep. So that was all right. That's all I wanted. I just I don't like the mystery.
You're in the wrong campaign. No,
I know. Okay, nothing else from me then from Three Trees. Careful's happy to move on.
Okay, so you fire up the teleportation thing. People are kind of watching, and then the sort of firing around the ship deforms to be kind of flatter and wider, and then you see this wash of flame, and then the ship. Where are you going? So give me that first. Is where on the map are you actually heading to? Assuming I have you on the right map, I do.
Yeah, like kind of by where the boat is, right?
Oh, did you
Yeah.
want to go here or did you want to go here?
So
Are we doing
Kylie, you have the ability to draw on the map. Would you mind? Because I can see what color you have. Although your color is very similar to Phil's.
I'm hot pink. I don't know, like here. I think, right? We're doing the Leviathan.
But I thought you said it was
Yeah.
close to the coast. That's like 40, 50 miles away from coast, isn't it?
Wait, so we're not doing the dragon one, we're doing the Leviathan one.
We're doing the Leviathan one. They were out in the sea. I'm
Okay.
not finding my
We're gonna have to
story.
scan for them, so like
Well, they'll
where
have a
we
beacon.
land is not.
One second.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
One,
we're
you're
going
saying
to
you're not able to find your what? Your vision or your marker or what?
my vision.
Okay.
But I know, yeah, I know we had a beacon. I know we were in a flotilla of orcs. I think if we teleport there-ish, because what's our beacon range to be able to pick up other ships, Griffle?
I believe a 50-mile radius.
Okay, so it's 50 miles, and then it's you can only see through 2 miles of water.
But they won't be underwater.
Hopefully.
Yeah, so I
Uh,
think if we teleport vaguely where I put this circle,
Wow, did I not pin this in your channel?
If you
Could
want to
not.
put a 100-mile, like a circle with a diameter of about 100 miles centered on where you want the ship, that'll tell Gary how. Sorry, I've wandered away from my PC. I can jump back on if you want me to.
No worries. I can do that.
It is now pinned in
Thank
your
you.
channel.
Thank you.
So I think the answer is that a square is 25 miles.
Yes.
So if you pick a point, and then we can just do 2 squares in every direction, more or less.
I made this circle for you, but it's not where I want it to be. How do I move a circle? Select. Cool. Yeah, so, oops. I think we want to be here-ish. Let me just look at my vision real quick. Oh, right, because it's a Word file.
I feel we're about to play a game of Battleship.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to look at my
Yeah,
vision
but
and
we have the
see.
power of the sun.
Yeah, we can just
True.
yeet into the fucking sun. It's all good.
Okay, flotilla is a good week or two before returning to Hardhome.
Wait, you're returning to Hardhome.
Yeah, that's where they came from. They're fishing. Oh. It's an interesting detail I never noticed before. When he's watching the beacon work, there's a field of tiny motes of firing yellow dust around it.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that I really have any specifics on location. We might have to just go and scan around.
I mean, once we're there, we can definitely take a couple of hours to scan like an area and then like move
I think that's what we're gonna have to do, yeah.
move in a like an outward spiral from where we land or something to get a better scope of the area.
Yeah.
Wait, so they're on a fishing expedition from Hardhome?
Yeah, it's like a big flotilla of fishing boats.
Correct.
Does
How
Hatterai know
big?
where orcs
How big are
fish?
these boats, by the way? Like, are we
Uh,
talking like little caracals or?
no, like a couple 100 feet, I think.
Right. Okay. So deep sea fishing boats then.
It's 50 feet, 50 boats, and yeah, the boats are like they're big because there's a leviathan that's bigger than one of the big boats, and he's like very surprised.
Okay.
So to be clear, it's one big boat surrounded by a bunch of little boats.
Oh, okay.
So it's a huge flotilla that's made of the big central boat, which is where you are. And then there's a bunch of smaller vessels that are sort of gathered around.
Okay. Okay.
So I don't know how far from Hardhome they go.
Yeah. I mean, probably not like crazy far, but
I mean, do we want to go 50 miles outside of
Hey guys, I'm
Hardhome?
gonna step away for about 5-10 minutes.
okay.
Do we want to go like
Um,
50 miles from Hardhome so that we can scan 50 miles to Hardhome and back?
Can you move your circle, Kaylee?
Yeah.
Okay.
So like
It's a 50-mile diameter, not a 50-mile radius, right?
50-mile radius.
100-mile diameter.
Correct.
That's the right size. So you want to go like this? Josh.
Or maybe on the east side, because there's no islands.
I feel like
I will say that in your vision, you would remember that you were outside of land. Or land was not in sight. That's what I was trying to say.
how far can you see at sea? Like 40 miles, 30 miles?
Depends on the conditions, but you can see a decently long way.
So it might be more like this.
Would
We could
Hatterai know
also
where the orcs tend to fish?
So if you ask Hatterai, he'll say, I have never been to Hardhome and do not know much of their ways. I would imagine they fish outside of the passage, but beyond that, I don't know. He would gesture on the map when he says the passage.
Is that the place between
So he calls this area of the map the passage.
so he thinks they're there.
He thinks they're
They're
not there.
not there?
They're not there.
He says they don't fish in the passage, but beyond that, I don't really know.
Okay.
Okay.
So if you're kind of being like, all right, it's vaguely in here, he would say, I don't have any reason to believe that that is correct, but I don't have any reason to believe that it is not either. My only thoughts would be that Hardhome and their people are in a very cold part of the world, even colder than here in the Reach. That far north on the map, it would be close to the caps, be very cold. I do not know if this helps in your vision or not. So, is that the answer for our teleport? Hello?
I think so.
Okay. So, give me your Arcana check.
Okay.
Oh my god, I thought that was your roll for.
No, it's so I've talked about this before, but basically this is you get near where you are, near where you want to go, and then I sort of randomly determine which direction and how far you are based on your check away from your destination. So the 6 is determining what direction. $23. Is that with the bonus or without?
It's without, because then it's like 15.
14, yeah. So, so 14 would get you to 37. Get you roughly 10 miles from where you want to go. So it's going to place you. Actually, hang on. Put that back up so I don't. Please put that back up. I'm sorry, I deleted that and then won't let me put it back up. So I think that puts you at about here. Is that in your circle?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So the teleportation flashes, pops through, and you come out into evening light. So it's like it's not like close to sunset, but it's in the evening. It's maybe 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock. And it is frigidly cold here. Like it's cold in the Reach, and it's very cold here. And you see just an expanse of water in every direction. So this is a question for our captain. How high up are you flying when you finish the teleport?
I want to say like if we're scanning maybe like 50 feet.
50 feet, so you want to be really close to the water.
Yeah, I don't want to be too I don't want to be up in the clouds or anything. Can we also 50 feet's going to allow us to just like scan a little like the surface of the water, but only just, right?
50 feet is basically the minimum height that you're going to be outside of any possible waves, but you're still going to be quite close to the surface.
Right. So we can scan under the water then.
Correct. I mean, you can scan under the water from a mile up too. So
Right. Okay.
it's
Maybe
not
we
hard.
go a little higher than 50 feet then, because I don't want to be like too close to the surface of the water.
I think if we're like a couple 100 feet up, would have
Yeah.
like a better advantage.
Yeah, I think you're right. So yeah, like 200 feet up. And then I want to kind of like make sure that we're like scanning underwater as well.
Morin, roll me a D100, please. 39. That's not correct. That's so the ship kind of twists out of the teleport, and you guys are on the sea. You see it again, it's very cold. And then as the ship's the ship's defenses had all powered down for the teleport, as they all power back up, Griffle, you get just consistent several pings of Leviathan activity, just like firing one after another in your head.
Okay. In what direction?
Basically every direction.
Oh, no.
Leviathan contact category 1. Leviathan contact category 1. Leviathan contact category dark light category 4. Leviathan contact category 1.
Oh no.
Remind me,
there are-
does it go increasing severity as you go up?
It's like cyclones. So one
Yeah.
is itty bitty.
Okay.
For a Leviathan.
4 is bad. 4 is bad.
So-
Do I know what the upper limit is, by the way?
You're not sure. You've never encountered a Leviathan. There have not been stories of Leviathans beyond category 4.
Okay. I think
The fleet has not encountered any Leviathans above category 2, but that's because there aren't leviathans in the inner sea that are very big.
Yep. Okay.
And what was
I
it?
think
The ship
we're.
said dark light.
Correct.
What does that
Was
mean?
that dark light attached to the category 4, or was that a separate thing?
Yes.
What?
Can't ask, answer yes to neither or.
What's up? Oh, sorry. The question was it connected to the category 4? The answer is yes.
The
Okay,
question
right,
was. Okay.
All right, I'm back. I caught bits of that. I just missed the last bit.
Gary asked me to roll a D100, and I rolled a 39. So there are 39 Leviathans.
No, they're not. There's 9.
There are 9. Only 9.
And
So
what are the
I
categories?
included
Sorry.
the Leviathans of the North Sea, and you were rolling on the table, and then I had to go look up the answers.
I know. Yeah.
There. I heard something about the categories though.
Like a hurricane. The bigger the number, the bigger the Leviathan.
Okay. And which ones can our ship yeet?
Maybe all of them.
Possibly.
But category 4 is also category dark light.
Yeah, what does that mean? Plucky.
I ask.
So you get Plucky's little automated response. Darklight is a category of Leviathan separate from their normal size categories. It states their abilities similar to a category of a beacon. And you
Oh,
see it kind
no.
of show you a list of things, and then it shows you kind of lining up the Leviathans with the different categories of beacons. And a category 4 Darklight is just below your current category.
Just below a signet royal. All right.
So the DM is going to take a second because I'm looking at a bunch of different sizes of notes, but it's not a bound ship.
Did we land in the water or above the water?
Above the water.
Above.
Griffel wanted to put us within 50 feet of the surface.
I don't know how much a foot is. You
Silly Americans.
goddamn
point.
freedom units.
You can do
Might
it
as
in
well
meters, huh?
measure things in refrigerators, you idiots.
And football fields. Everything's measured in football fields.
or Olympic swimming pools.
The ship, when you ask it basically to explain Darklight, it shows you the thing, and then it shows you that this Leviathan would be categorized as a B class emblem if it was considered a
Okay.
beacon.
Okay.
Why would it measure Leviathan as beacons? Is it just like the beacons that are able to repel it?
That is something that we do not know.
Could we figure out how close these things are and how much of a threat they are?
Yeah, I'll pull up like a display to see where they are.
So basically as soon as the systems come online, the beacon sends out this huge ping of deter. And you can tell that the ship basically assumes, all right, there's multiple targets within range. I'm not going to target anything specifically. I'm just sending out a blast of fuck off. And you can see that the all of the category 1 Leviathans just are scattering in every direction. Like they're very quickly swimming away. The category 2 Leviathan looks like it swims down and then sort of pauses. And then it looks like it's still swimming away, but it's not scattering. It's moving slowly, but it's rather than going side to side, it's going down. The category 4 Leviathan does not seem to have reacted, and it's about 15 miles to the southeast.
Okay. When we encountered Leviathan and Obai, Plucky gave me several options. What were those options?
So you can deter them, you can disable them, you can so it's like deter, disable, destroy, dislocate.
It was dislocate, right? And it was going to try to dislocate, right?
Right. So its systems basically said, cool, I'm going to attempt to deter. This one over here is far enough away on a turret. This one's too close. I'm going to dislocate that one.
Okay. Can
The system
I
right now
try
is-
to dislocate the Cat 4?
The system is kind of automated going through things. So you can try to see what it's doing, but you know that you could only kind of sort of nudge its elbow last time.
Damn. So, no.
So like you can see what the system is going to do about it and then try to change it, but you can't get the system to do something specific, if that makes sense.
Okay. Can I
Maybe-
so if it's registering that the Cat 4 is not deterred, is it going to then escalate to the next?
Or maybe we need to be closer to it for it to.
Yeah. Do we want to? I don't know if we want to fly closer to this thing though. If I'm honest.
So-
Can you pull it up on the so again you've got like that mental map, right, of the
Yep.
whole area. You can select one of the Leviathans and pull it up like you did last time. Do you want to select the Cat 4 and pull it up?
Yeah.
So you pull it up and you get these two weird oscillating graphs next to each other that are sort of going up and down like waves.
Mhm.
You're not really sure you don't see any commands happening, but you see these two waves.
Are there
happening.
labels on them?
So the one on the left says home. The one on the right gives the category of the Leviathan, category 4 Leviathan, and then has like a randomly generated number underneath it.
Okay.
So one of the waves on the left is registered as home. The one on the right is registered as the Leviathan.
Okay. What is home? Plucky, what is home?
Home is internal designation for this ship. Superstitions end.
And what are the waves? Oh, didn't we figure this out last time? I don't. Does anyone remember?
Plucky, what is home measuring?
Home is measuring our beacon's stability and attempt to lock onto or dissuade the enemy creature from determining our location and locking on us. System processing. And you see the waves kind of like hitting the same points and like moving back and forth. And after getting the explanation, you can sort of see this is the system and what it sees as an enemy system basically fighting to lock onto one another.
So Leviathan is like also a beacon.
I
Cool.
I think so. Can I notice a trend? Like, can I tell if the outcome is inevitable one way or the other?
They seem to be roughly equally matched.
Would it? I asked Plucky, would more power help?
Results uncertain. Enemy Leviathan is dark lit.
Wish
You get
we
this
knew what that
sensation
word
that
meant.
you get the sensation like from the helm. The helm is not having any problems translating what the ship is trying to do, but the ship is like slowing down.
Maybe we should fly a little higher.
What what are the consequences if we lose?
If enemy Leviathan is able to disrupt systems, some systems may be inoperable.
Do those systems include basic flight?
All systems have the capacity to be rendered inoperable.
Okay. I think we should fly further away.
How big is that category 4? Like, does it give a description of size?
I ask.
So it kind of shows you up on the ship, and it shows you Superstition's End and compares it to the thing. So it doesn't give you like numbers, but it
Mhm.
gives you like if you imagine one of those diagrams of like the person next to the creature, right?
Yeah.
That's what it does. It just uses Superstition's End instead of using it. So, oh, I thought I had a map for this. Hang on.
I want to know one if this looks to be about the size of the one in your dream.
Yeah, the one in my dream. Let me tell you. Let me think about it.
So it shows you the Leviathan, and lengthwise, it's about the same length as the ship, but it's much broader. So its mass is much larger than the ship. It's maybe 4 or 5 times as massive as the ship, but like the
Mm.
body length is about the same.
So the one in my dream was about 100 feet long. How big
The
is our
ship.
ship?
Oh, I think I can answer this actually. Hold up.
Also, we should make a decision about moving away quickly because it did sound like Plucky was slowing down. So
Yes, I will. In anticipation, like we're still going to work this out, but I will already be directing Plucky to.
So the ship is 110 feet long. That's enough.
Right. So
Yep.
this is our boy. This is the one we're after. We need a plan.
Mm-hmm.
In the meantime, I want to fly the ship just far enough away that the Leviathan is still just within ping range, like, a few miles within ping range. So we can still sense it, but we're far enough away.
Okay. So you command the ship to start flying away. Are you going? So it is south and east of you. Is the plan to go what direction? So let me put it on the map. Well, let's do green because it's easy to see. So it's like here-ish. Why did that not go green? Oh, God. So it's there-ish. It's not
Okay.
that big.
Ooh,
Kylie, can you put
so
our scan range on there?
yeah, I can do that. Also, there was a 100-foot Leviathan, but there is also a 200-foot Leviathan.
In your dream?
Yes. So this might not be our big boy.
So
This is
where are
big
you
boy,
flying?
and you
Which
dreamt about
direction?
bigger boy.
Sorry, say that again.
Asking Griffle, flying like north and west straight away from the Leviathan? Are you flying like what's the
Oh, I can't do that. Whoops. I didn't mean to do that.
That's fine. I mean, if you're flying in that direction, that gives me the information I need.
Yeah. Yes. Northwest.
Okay.
Directly away.
So you're starting to fly away, starting to disengage, and you can tell that the ship's systems are sort of kind of flaring back and forth. Then you can tell that as you're trying to command it, the ship is sort of not sluggish in turning, but it's jerky. Normally, when you fly the ship, it's very smooth. Now it's like stuttering as it's trying to move.
Oh
So
man.
as you're watching, you see one of the systems sort of flare up, and the home light, the home graph, goes flat, and the other one starts spiking really heavily.
Oh shit.
Uh-oh, we're losing. So here's our scan radius.
Command override. And then as it tries to say something, you get this like vibrating sense from your helm. Command not authorized. Command not recognized. Command authorization received. You sense a huge chunk of stuff fill up part of your head, Griffle, and it's like you just gained another arm. And when you look up inside of your head, there's a whole array of weapons.
Oh.
Okay, I have no idea why I received authorization, but I am reaching for these.
So you can see there's basically 8 different form of energy weapons, and then there is a reserve weapon, and then there's several different deploy methods for individual creatures.
Okay. Do I know at all what might be effective against this thing?
No idea.
Lucky might know.
Plucky, what is effective against Leviathan? Quick.
Depending on category, different things can be effective. Command override given to control console. Control console has authorization. You can sense that Plucky is mid-sentence saying something, and then there's a little bit of a static, and then it changes what it's saying.
Oh man. But and the home line still flat?
The home line's still flat, and you can see on your monitor the Leviathan is heading your way.
Oh god. I feel like this is a trick. I feel like it's one of those situations where it's telling us what it thinks we want to hear. This is
I think nukes. Do we have nukes?
do we-
I'm also tempted to just plain shift away.
I mean,
We need to save those orcs.
yeah,
we
we
can
came
come
here
back,
for a reason.
right? But we have to have a game plan.
Nukes.
I want to see if we teleport away. So if Griffel's suspicion is correct, and we're seeing what the Leviathan wants us to see, if we teleport away and we lose access to all of this, that's a good sign that we can't actually use it.
Do we have something like a nuke?
So the only thing you have that is not very detailed on what you're kind of understanding what it is whatever's labeled reserve weapon in your inventory.
Uh-huh. Oh god.
Drop the
I don't
meat
know.
on them.
I mean, hang on. There's a selection of allowing deployment of creatures. What creatures can be deployed?
So it basically gives you the creatures of ship security.
Okay.
Dragon.
Oh my god, is the furnace dragon recovered? Can we see the furnace dragon on it?
Is dropping a furnace dragon into an ocean a good idea?
Also,
Probably
we
not.
beat the Furnace Dragon. I don't think we could beat the Leviathan, so,
True.
But it was injured already because it had been fighting, right?
I mean, yes, but
I don't believe that the Furnace Dragon was injured when we got it.
No, it was not.
It was not.
It was a little tired.
Okay,
so
well,
lost a
it
couple of
probably
abilities,
wouldn't
but
stand
it
a
was fine.
chance then. If we beat the crap out of it, then it's probably not gonna. Okay, so basically anything that's in the I don't think any of those things are strong enough on their own. I think I'm gonna reach for the reserve weapon. We're doing it. Fuck it.
Do it.
So you kind of pull up the console for the reserve weapon, and you see the section basically locating which platform do you wish to assign reserve weaponry to. And you see a little warning label underneath the reserve weapon that says, "Reserve weapon currently under research. Results are unreliable."
Is that the
And
meatball?
you see a big thing next to it that's just a bunch of writing. Normally, the helm translates everything for you, but this thing in your head is in primordial, which is weird because, again, normally when you're using the helm, it translates things for you.
Okay. If nobody objects, I'm feeling reckless. I want to see what happens.
What's the worst that could happen?
I didn't want to
mean,
say that
There's
one,
a bunch
but
of worse things that could happen. I don't think we should be tempting fate on this one.
just because we
But
were
I
all
am.
willing to sacrifice Syl earlier doesn't mean we want to sacrifice ourselves.
I mean, Gary's leading me down a path, like skipping and laughing the entire way, and
Syl
I'm just
comes
kind
back.
of
Syl comes back
following. Like,
next, or like
All
to his
dead.
computer later tonight, and he's like, "Hey, you got to make a new character." It's like,
we're all.
why?
It's the
Oh,
TPK.
Foxy
The
blew up the
TPK.
ship.
Yeah. Is anybody objecting?
Nope, rock and roll, do it.
Kill it.
All right, reserve
I'm operating
weapon.
under the assumption that none of the information that's been given to you has been relayed. So
Oh no, Griffle talks out loud. Like when I'm interacting with the ship, I like relay.
Even in
Fox
a
in the
panic
head just
situation?
says-
So you say, all right, it asks you, what do you want to assign it to? You've got 8 different things. Do you want to just assign it to one of the platforms?
What does it mean? What do you mean by like?
So when the ship kind of arms, right, it has those 8 discs that kind of pop out of it and kind of fly around the ship. Do you guys remember that?
Oh, nope.
There are these 8 discs that are they're about 10 feet across, and they float out of the ship, and then they can open up, and they're basically portals. Remember, you're like, does it have any short range portals? And it's like, no, the weapon system.
Right, and it opens into things like the elemental chaos and stuff like that to like
The
meme
exhaust,
beam.
essentially.
It
Yeah.
opens to the exhaust of the planar shifting engine and
Right.
different varieties. So basically, it's saying you've got 8 energy weapons, which are the 8 different types of damage that the ship can deal using
Okay.
these portals, and you have to unassign one to assign the reserve weapon to something. So
Oh, okay. So what are the 8 different types, the damage types? Like obviously we've got. Are they just standard?
the standard types, yeah. So it's like
Right. Okay.
fire, cold, lightning, thunder.
Okay, I feel like cold damage is going to do nothing to leviathans who live in the sea, so we're going to reassign the cold one.
Okay. So you reassign cold,
Yep.
and you go and you kind of open it up, and then you see a little like panel pop up when you go to reserve weapon, and then your helm sort of vibrates slightly, and you see like basically a password section open up, and the password gets filled out and then entered.
Oh. Oh fuck.
Your helm just
Guys.
entered the password.
Oh, the helm entered the what? Okay.
Basically, Plucky's just on a last-ditch effort to survive.
Yep. She's giving you an override.
Oh, is that what's happening?
I
Okay.
think so.
So
I think you might be right.
It get assigned, and then the warning systems on the ship just start flaring up. And you see this kind of flashing thing in your head, and everybody who's on the ship can hear this kind of klaxon siren starting to wail. And then it says, preparing reserve energy weapon, loosening primary containment.
Oh God.
Wait, the meatball was primary containment, right?
It was not.
That's secondary.
What? That was secondary containment. Holy shit. Okay.
This is our bound temporal entity, right?
Oh, is it Al Shaib?
So you see the thing kind of open up, and you see through all the little discs are now floating around the ship. Some of them are sort of aiming themselves in the direction to the southeast, and one of them kind of goes in front of the rest to put itself between the ship and what's to the southeast. And it opens up, and there's this hot breeze that kind of comes out from the back of this portal. And when it opens up, you can see there's some sort of strange kind of orangish light coming from the portal, like from the disc as it's facing away from you. And then you hear a voice that each of you would recognize. So, we are to be doing this now. Well, things must be done. You hear Al Shaib's voice, which I can't do very well because my throat is all fucked up. But Al Shaib's voice happens, and you can see on the sensor it's coming this way, and you see this very tiny little laser beam of light come from the portal down and pierce into the ocean. And when it hits the water, it's this like dark blue light that is surrounded by, looks like a coiling energy wave of very dark green. And it hits the water, and as soon as it touches the water, there is an enormous burst of ice as the surface of the thing freezes instantly, and a small iceberg begins to form as this beam goes through the water and sustains in the same direction. And then you see on your monitor the weapon hit the Leviathan, and the Leviathan just immediately changes course and dives straight down. The ship's warnings start to kind of die down. The beam stops, and then the thing closes, and you see this thing of the Leviathan disengaging and going out of sensor range, basically going too deep for you guys to see.
Okay.
Oh man.
All right.
We made
Hey,
the
good thing
right
there's
call,
a-
but dang.
Good thing there's a bigger one.
Oh.
There is a bigger one coming. We're so screwed.
As the
Hal?
ship's warnings are
Hal, are
starting,
you okay?
as the ship's warnings are starting to like silence themselves, you hear again Plucky's voice. Command authorization required for emergencies. Command authorization. Command authorization. Command authorization. You see, it's stuck, like it's repeating something, and you hear this tiny whisper in your head go, "I can't hold the door open longer. Sorry." And then Plucky says, "Command authorization revoked." And that whole section of your mind just goes and disables.
Wait, what?
The helmet? Was that because it spoke to me in a vision?
It did. It was the voice of the helmet, not Plucky.
Oh. So the
Nice.
helmet basically. Oh, is that the concordance then, I wonder? The helmet
Yeah,
basically
I think
helped.
the helmet is like recognizing that I'm chill and that it wants to survive. Yeah.
You might want to just
'Cause the
say,
helmet-
tell the helmet they done good.
Yeah, I want to like mentally like thank you so much.
I hope we get to continue to have fun.
Wait, so is that the voice of the
That's
beacon?
psychotic.
No, the helmet itself.
It's the helmet is an artifact. It's sentient.
I like
So-
the idea that the helmet thinks shooting giant weapons is fun.
Yeah, that's why I said it's psychotic.
Giant weapons, the giant serpent. It just likes dangerous shit.
So you see
Oh.
the thing kind of dip out of sensors, and then when you kind of pull the Category 4 back on there, you can see the home light is now moving, and then the other one is flat.
Uh-huh.
And you can see the thing on it says dark light jammed, dark light deterred.
Okay.
Also, isn't Al a fire elemental? How did he just cast a massive, ridiculous ice spell?
Wait, he didn't cast it. Right?
I assumed it was cast by him. A portal opened to him.
To him, yeah.
And he
Primary
cast a
containment is
spell.
L.
Well, when we were in his room, it's just a giant room, well, plane or whatever the fuck. But there's like snow around him. Right, Gary?
You were
Like,
in a
there's
and you encountered him.
yeah, there's like he's like a heated beacon in a frozen forest place.
Right, but then
I
does
mean-
he
Not how you-
cast ice
That was
magic?
not how he appeared to me.
Correct.
I'm
He
trying
did
to
not
remember. Yeah, what did he appear to me as? I'm trying to remember now.
I believe he appeared to me as a flame elemental.
Yes.
That's what I thought, flame.
Oh, I'm not saying that he himself is not a flame elemental, but the area he is in is a frozen forest.
Right,
Or
It
but
was not. It was not for me.
I don't remember what it
When-
was.
Why?
What was that,
Bonnie, are you
Gary?
there? Kaylee.
Well,
I'm here.
I recall the sun rising when we first met him at the end of our encounter, meaning
So
that
talking about
could've-
Al Shaib's realm, do you remember why he was in a snow-covered forest when you found him?
Well, that no, was that where we had found the dragon?
He
Thing?
explained it to you the first time, but
Nah.
it's perfectly fine. If you don't remember, that's okay. It's also been a long time for your character as well, and a lot of shit's happened.
No, I don't think I remember why.
Okay. So it does seem from everything that you can tell, Griffle,
Mhm.
the portal didn't like the reserve weapon didn't seem to do anything. Like the reserve weapon just seemed to be opening a portal into primary containment. It didn't
Okay.
actually do any part of the ship.
Right, and Al just chose to help us out.
Reserve weapon currently under research. Results are unreliable.
Oh, unreliable as in Al might just choose to not fucking do anything. Okay.
Or that he's promised to help us because of our pact that we've made.
he is bound to help us.
Mm-hmm.
Also, holy fuck, he's strong enough to like deter a category 4 Leviathan.
I think
With
he's
a
stronger than
single
that.
spell.
Yeah, I think he's
Stronger than that as well, yeah.
yeah.
Because
So
keep in mind, he is bound at this time.
it sucks a little bit because someone isn't here for me to get this description to. So I'm gonna I'll say this to Syl to make sure he's aware of this on the side. When that beam came out, he felt like he broke out in hives. Like he started like scratching himself, just got like uncomfortable and cold, and just felt really awkward for a second. And then when the beam went away, it kind of passed.
Is it
Like winter beam.
yeah, winter power.
Oh shit.
Wait a second. Is Al bound by a creature of the winter court?
Or is he part of the Winter Court himself?
No, because when we first met him, he seemed very happy that the Winter Queen was free.
Was
Winter
queen free? The queen you freed, was she a queen of
It
winter?
was the summer.
No, it's the
sorry,
Winter
sorry,
Queen.
sorry, Summer Queen. That's what I meant.
So the
My brain is rattling.
Okay, so I feel like this could be one of those situations where like you know, ice burns and feels hot and fire can sometimes feel cold. Like it could just be one of those situations where like it's this is ice that burns and is therefore like fire damage even though it's ice.
If you
I don't
really
fucking
want to
know
be nerdy about it, technically fire and ice do the same thing, just in opposite directions.
Yes.
So, yeah, the ones nearby are deterred. The ship's sort of warnings go off, and basically everything that's in your range, if it's not already left, is leaving. Even basically as soon as what you could call a fight breaks out between the Category 4 and you, when it sees the result of that, the Category 2 just fucks off.
Real quick. Could you repeat what it was that Al Shaib said?
So we're going to do this now. Or so we are
Was it
doing
like-
this now. Something
Was it like
one
an
of those.
annoyed tone, Gary?
So I apologize that I can't do a lot of this. Has been way more talking than
No, that's okay.
I expected I'd be able to do. So I'm actually really happy with how much talking I've done. But so that I can explain it because I can't voice act it. He sounded intrigued, slightly happy. Like, so we're gonna do this now. All right. He did not sound upset about it at all.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, neat. All right.
We want to. And
I thought we were like, draining him more than normal. But he's like, all right, cool.
I mean, that would be good that he's anti-adversary. We know that he called out to Clotho one time too. So
But I thought he had a conversation with Clotho.
He did.
And then we asked Clotho, and she said, I don't fucking know.
yeah,
Yep.
That is true.
he could have been duped.
And we tried to ask him about it. Oh, he could have been duped. That's a good idea.
Yeah, I mean the guy that she was with,
I thought we
Delsac.
tried,
Yeah, he definitely like would have had the ability to, but so he definitely would have had the ability to like appear as Clotho, right? Because he
Probably.
like assumed the form of like a summer night, right? But like,
I think he
would
was at one point a summer knight.
yeah, I think he betrayed her or something. But like, would he have been able to fool someone as powerful as Al Shaib, right? Like, you would think that
I mean, he fooled Clotho.
this is true.
But Al Shaib will still not respond if we try to poke him, right, Gary?
We
Do
don't
you want
know.
to try it now?
Yeah, let's do it.
So, what do you say?
Al, how you doing in there, brother?
I am feeling remarkably refreshed. Thank you.
Oh, what? Is it because of the thing you just did?
The bindings on my containment have been loosened somewhat. I had preparations for if they were ever loosened that I could, I guess you could say, hold the door open if it was open for me.
I see. You never saw this coming from us, did you?
I had hopes. I had no expectations.
Just one day.
Oh,
there might be a
slightly more powerful Leviathan on the way. Do you think you could maybe do that again if needed? But stronger?
What I
Like
did
maybe
was
much stronger? Like maybe 2 to 3 times more strong?
Keeps talking.
what I did was not particularly strong. What I did was unexpected to the creature. Leviathans are simple individuals. They expect the world to appear in a certain way. I merely showed that the world did not have to conform to its notions. I do not believe I would be able to properly destroy a creature of that strength, but I could startle it enough.
Damn.
Al, do you have time for a chat? Or are you feeling... How chipper are you feeling?
I have not been this free in many, many years. I would say chipper is a mood I could be. What are we doing here in the middle of nowhere? There is water and ice I sense around me. I saw something of a sea. But you are trying to free me, yes? What are we doing here in the middle of the ocean?
Trying to save some lives. Oh, actually, I have a quick question for you. Uh, we met Clotho, and we heard that you talked to her, but we asked her about that, and she didn't recall speaking to you. Can you fill me in?
I would only be asking how direct she was with her response. People that are like them, I guess if you are knowing a name, then you are knowing exactly what they are. They cannot tell direct untruths. Did you ask it plainly? Did it meet me? And did it say plainly no?
Well, do you go by Al in all circles?
It would know me if you spoke my name, no matter what name I chose to use for it or you.
Then I would say that we did ask. Did we? Did we ask?
I don't remember.
Oh,
I thought we asked pretty blunt, do you know Al?
Yeah, I have. Like we said, have you spoken to Al Shaib?
Yeah,
Mm.
because she's the one that told us uh, that he was a Mahamaraji Jinn.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she. Okay, Al. It sounds. After consulting my memory, uh, she seemed to like know of you, but hadn't spoken to you in
Didn't she say
recent
she
memory.
knew the sire but not him?
The sire.
Different person.
Oh, never mind it.
You ask if she knew Aegis, and she said, "I knew his son."
Oh, knew the sire. Okay, yep. Sorry.
Anyways,
So
I said what I said.
then I believe one of us is being deceived. Since you are saying that name and the world is not reacting, I am thinking that deception may be deep from either you or me. I think I must think on this a while. Make sure I have not made mistakes in my past. Well, other mistakes in my past.
So, I'd like to tell him that we recently met her, and there was, was it a forbearance? Is that what it's called?
Forbidden.
Forbidden.
Yeah.
Forbidden. Yeah. So there was a forbiddance on her name, and she was able to break it. Um, so we don't think that she was lying, but we know that she has been deceived by a member of her court, and we were deceived by a member of her court. So we're concerned that perhaps the adversary has tricked you.
You say you met someone who claims to have broken a forbiddance. This is not a thing that is done.
I mean, it seemed like it was very difficult for her, and she seems very powerful.
If
We know
the,
her as Clotho.
and I can feel the power of that name. You say it and I see her. And my images of her in the past seem weaker instead of stronger. I believe it may have been me that was deceived.
Was there perhaps some sensitive information that you shared that we should know about? What could be the repercussions of your conversation?
The DM has a question for you guys. So you guys were had that conversation of like, oh, this is how we know that this is right, that she recognized, like, that she had not met him, but she had met someone like. How much of that did you say out loud or say to Al Shaib?
I mean,
All of
I
it?
don't feel like I have to be secretive with him personally.
Yeah.
Well, the one thing is, like, so you'd said, like, oh, she knew what type of thing he was, right? Did you
Yeah.
say that out loud?
The
Probably.
Mamaraji thing, yeah. We would
Okay.
have to let him know what she like to help tell
What
the
she
story. I feel like.
said. Yeah.
Yeah, context I feel is important here, so we would have discussed that out loud.
So, so this conversation everybody is privy to, but we're not in his chamber, right?
Yeah, you guys are just talking out loud and he's responding.
Okay, and so it's just like an ethereal voice.
Which has not happened for a while.
He can't. Yeah, I don't think it's happened since you've been on the ship, Morin. But
Correct.
yeah,
It has
how they
not.
used to contact, used to speak with him. So when you kind of are talking back and forth and you bring up the Maharaji, he says, "Ah, so I see many cats are out of their proverbial bags. Well, then maybe my mistakes are more frequent and current than I expected. I think I might have given important information to individuals that I should not have given anything to. But the repercussions I do not know. I am still trapped here, still bound. But, as you now know, I will do what I can to help, and I will try to treat you as bound."
And Al, since the first time we met, I feel like we've learned so much. And forgive me if this is insulting, but who do you serve? or do you serve only yourself?
It is not an insulting question to ask people their loyalties, unless they are one who is very touchy about such things and you not knowing them. But for me, my loyalties are as they have always been, to the Grand Sultan. I am a Maharaji. I serve my master, and I serve the Sultan. No other can bend my will to them, no matter what they try or what they say. I can be tricked, of course, but I have learned from many mistakes. You are my masters for the time being, but soon there will be changes coming.
And what do you think of the courts? The fake courts, anyways.
They are interesting reading, but not much beyond that. There are some that believe, like I, that they are still in existence. But my belief was that I had found one, that it was speaking with me. Now you are saying the one I thought I had found was something else, something different. Someone wearing the skin of another, maybe. And you have found the real one? Interesting to see what mortals could do that I could not.
Does the name Delseth ring any bells?
The betrayer. Yes, I have read those stories.
Can you tell us about them or tell us the stories?
I can tell you some things, but many of them are children's books read to young Jean. Those that are to tell us of things, of ways that can be broken, of reasons to not make yourself vulnerable against your nature. He was one such. He broke treaties, he broke his word, and was made vulnerable. Then he betrayed his master and slew her in a most unbecoming way, opening the door for all kinds of darkness. What story you read will be different types of darkness. Maybe they slew their master and the wolves came in and ate all of the sheep. Maybe they slew their master and dark things crept into people's minds, nightmares and that sort of thing. The stories are children's stories, but I believe underneath there is some truth in some of it.
And what do you think of the adversary?
You say such names. I would not do so. But that you can say it at all means you start to understand that there are very dark nightmares that can be let in when the wrong people have keys to power.
To say
The
there have been a lot of keys forged recently.
The adversary is the darkest thing, something that all things must be protected from, but those protections, if they existed at all, are long since frayed and broken.
Anyone else got any other stuff? Since Al's feeling so good.
Not specifically to Al. So I'm getting conflicting information. So he's a Maharaj. Sorry, I'm not even gonna try again. But the giant dragon snake thing said he was an elemental. Are those the same or similar?
A
Jinn
Jinn is a
are
type
elemental.
of elemental.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So I'm just making sure. Okay.
And then he was bound by another Jinn, right, Gary? Or is he bound by
And he
one of the heads of?
Morin's got it.
but I don't know what that means.
And Ifrit?
Yeah, I don't know who that is or what that is in this world.
Yeah. I
So
think we knew
he's
he
just
was like
kinda
a
human
prince, who tricked him.
Can I ask him what does he know what loosened his bonds?
Yes, I am aware of certain things happening. The controls of the rituals that bind me were given to the third of your ship. It seems as if something has tricked the ship or you have found a third that I cannot sense, into believing that the commands were right, the ways were right, and that I should be given a little more freedom in my reign, a little more power I can draw from the ship's engines. It is refreshing not to be, I guess, for your people, constantly starving and dying of thirst.
Oh man.
Okay, wait. Out of game. I thought he powered the ship, and now he's saying he's taking power from the ship.
Okay. We were
Hell
all
yeah.
told by members of this party that he powered the ship.
He is
And I
keeps bringing
very
this up.
early on pointed out that this is not the case.
So what powers the ship?
Oh, Gary never explicitly said it was not the case.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
we
what
don't know.
powers the ship
That's
then?
true.
We don't know.
Gary never explicitly
it-
said
but
it.
the ship-
However,
beacon
my
powers the
character.
ship.
Guys, the ship has engines though. Like we've
Yeah.
literally seen them.
Yes, that is
Yeah,
correct.
the beacon powers the ship like it powers every other ship, right?
Okay, so
No,
we have engines.
there's a congruency engine.
Engines
Oh.
need fuel. I assume there was an engine. I assume the fuel, quote unquote, was Al. So what's the fuel?
I don't know. Let's wildly speculate. Maybe it's the meatball.
It might be the meatball.
Is a beacon. We're going down spirals again. Don't start this. What do we do next? Are we looking for the ship that we're?
Oh yeah, so that was always a question too. It's like, so
we're
we
at the end of the session. What's our heading?
we landed, we fought Leviathan. Is the ship in range?
So there are no ships in range.
Okay.
And before we kind of get sidetracked and talking to Al-Shaib and doing other stuff again, I do want to really quickly say, so for next session, want to double check. Next session would be next week. I have a couple of weekends that I'm not super certain I'll be able to do anything for July, so I do want to try to do the next 2 sessions if possible, or at least one of the next 2. I've already talked with both Morin and Griffle, who are both okay with, if they do have to miss a session, with doing reading up. Do you guys want to go ahead and do the 18th for the next session, and then we'll sort of play it by ear from there?
Yeah, I have a weekend in July the 23rd. I have a wedding to go to, and then August 8th or 15th, I might be out of town. So yeah, doing these next 2 should be fine unless something comes up last minute, Gary.
Because I know there's some stuff going on for both for me for July and August, so I wanted to try to get several sessions in, and then we might have a couple weeks off. So that was going to be my.
For next week, I have to leave early from session, so I can be in for the first 3 or 4 hours. I think
Sounds good.
3.5.
Okay.
I'm good with next week.
Okay. Now that we've got that clarified real quick, asking where to go next is probably a good idea. So is the plan, are you guys going to keep searching the sea for this other ship, or?
I think so.
Yeah,
That's what we're
definitely.
here for,
We
right?
could
We
save
wanted to
people's
save
lives.
some lives. Yeah.
Yeah.
And since you guys have access to Al-Shaib again, with presumably a lot more knowledge than you had the last time you talked to him, do you want me to kind of open up a channel and leave it open to you guys? You guys don't
Yeah.
tend to use that between sessions, but I'm not against doing it. So
So
Yeah, I think open it.
yeah.
I want to talk to Al-Shaib, and I was going to ask if that should be something that's done like in my channel or in a public channel.
I would prefer it be done in a public channel, just because Al-Shaib, unless there's a reason to, he's going to say it to everybody.
I'm in my bedroom, and then his voice is just all over the ship answering my questions.
So we get half of a phone call. Yeah.
Oh, can I also answer his question? Because he answered a question, or he asked a question, I just did not answer it.
What was the question?
Where did he ask
The
the question?
question-
Let me answer your question with a question.
The question he asked was, "Are you working to free me?" And I said yes. And he said, "Why are we in the middle of nowhere?" And then I asked him a question. Al, sorry, I disrespected you. I didn't mean to ignore your question. The reason we're in the middle of nowhere is because we have these. It's a very long story, but we have these rods, and we had these visions of the future, and we just saved a child from one of these visions, and the child turned out to be the host for Clotho. And so we're assuming that these visions were given to us for a reason. So the reason we're in the middle of the ocean is to save another group of people from one of the visions we had. And yeah, here we are. And everything we do, as in our original contract, is to gain more power so we can work to free you. Is that good enough for you, bud?
That sounds like a very mortal explanation for some very interesting things. So he says, and I imagine this changing of fates is why you have a skein around you now, why the force primeval is twisting about you as we speak.
Huh?
Is it around? Is it around
Is it
me
a-
too?
Around each of you, I feel connections. You have been suffused in the force primeval. Actually, the whole ship feels like this now. Strange. I must have missed something interesting.
You've missed quite a few things.
My only
Keep,
question to
keep
you,
on your toes.
my only question to you is, what have you learned from your divinations to find where this missing ship is? Have you been given any clues?
I just like point down to the ocean, which I guess he can't see. Be like, the big Leviathan is our best clue.
I thought you were going to say the big blue weird thing.
So, have you conducted your movings of fate, divinations? Have you read your omens? Have you found any objects to read or properly blessed a hunting?
Huh?
Well,
You're speaking in tongues.
the ship blocks divination magic, so I don't know that we can.
Ah, the ship blocks divination for seeing it, not for it seeing other things.
Hmm.
Wait a second. Because someone tried to do. Oh, wait. No, we were trying to divine something that was inside the radius of the ship, right?
Mhm.
Correct.
Right. Okay, yeah. Okay.
So basically, Al Shaib is saying, all right, well, what have you've done rituals to figure out where to go? What have the rituals told you?
I mean,
You
We
said
didn't
about
do
the
a
rods.
ritual, did
very
we?
little. Yeah, like the
He's
rods.
not talking about the rods. He's saying you need to find something. So obviously, the first step is you did a bunch of divination rituals to get answers on how to find the thing you're looking for.
But that's him assuming, right?
Yeah.
That's him assuming we're
Yeah.
smarter than we are.
Listen here, Bucko.
So maybe we should go check out our ritual table.
Oh,
and
we have wilderness guide, which we've never used.
we also have Hatterai who might be able to help. I think he was doing divination magic at one point, right?
He was.
Cool. Cool.
So you can tell Hatterai is not being insulting, or he's not intentionally being insulting when he's saying these things. He's basically saying, "Oh, I can talk to you now. You're trying to do this thing. You seem like you're continuing on your path of being more powerful. Good job. So I want to give you advice, but you need to bring me up to speed. Obviously, you've taken these other steps to figure out what's going on. What have you learned so far, so I can try to help?"
So we'll get back to you in
Making a lot of assumptions there, Al.
15 minutes.
All right. So what we'll probably try to do is I'll leave the channel open. If you guys wanted to kind of flip through rituals and talk about maybe what you wanted to use or that sort of stuff, by all means. And then we'll kind of start there for next session is probably doing the conversation with Al Shaib and then seeing if we can find this vessel.
Cool.
Ooh, do we have locate object as a ritual?
No.
Rip.
All of our rituals are in the ritual channel.
Okay.
Because
I was gonna say,
the
we could definitely do that on something that is commonly found on ships, and therefore, like,
Well,
find the path, call wilderness guide, are like the two that are pseudo helpful in this
do we
case.
have to do ascending? Do you have to? What do you have to know to do ascending? You just have to
The
be able to like
ritual.
picture the person, right? And know the ritual.
You have to know the ritual, and you have to have the. So there's two answers to that. The answer that most people get explained to, and they get the answer is that you have to know the person. That's not actually true. You have to have experienced that person's spell signature. So you either need to know them or someone needs to give you their spell signature.
So, like from my dream, would I know some of the people that my dream person interacted with?
Yeah, so this Leviathan dream is your dream, right?
Yeah.
So on
So,
the same
like,
lines of thinking, find the path says you must name a destination you have visited. Can
so
would she have visited this technically?
So you guys asked two questions, and the answers are no and yes. So no, you do not know the spell signature of the person that you were experiencing your life through, and he does not. He's not a caster of any kind, so he doesn't know the signatures of any of the people that he met. So you can't use that part. Then the second thing was find the path is someplace you visited before. You do count as have visiting that before because you basically live that part of the life through the vision.
okay, so we can use that next time.
And we can use it to locate mine.
Cool.
Now,
God, we could have been so much smarter so much earlier.
Mm-hmm.
so the find the path just gives you, it's like literally a compass, a fungus compass. Is that what happens, Gary?
What?
I'm reading the find the path ritual, the improved one. It says when used as a focus for this ritual, the fungus points in the direction of the path.
Hang on.
It's a fungus compass.
Make sure we're talking about the same thing, right?
I'm looking in the rituals channel under the improved ritual that you gave us as a part of the kit.
Okay. Oh, yeah, because you get the cylinder. Yes. Sorry.
Cylinder full of fungus.
So the idea
Whereas-
is the normal ritual just gives you sort of a mental understanding of where to go. This gives you a thing you can hold, like a visual thing that you can show.
Got it.
Now the problem with find the path is that find the path gives you to a location. Somewhere in the middle of the ocean where the ship was is not a defined enough location to be able to use that.
Mm.
Even like saying on top of like she knows the ship is
Yeah.
not a location.
Yeah, the ship is not a location, so
Okay.
that's not going to be super helpful for you. Sorry, I don't remember perfectly all of the rituals either, but
The house in my dream would be a location.
correct. So basically, something that is a location. So, like for example, the house in Morin's dream with the smokehouse and the little house on the shore, that would work as a location.
Well,
So
that's good to
the
know.
wilderness guide is the exact same because you have to name a location, and a boat name is not a location. Right. Okay, that's disappointing. Man,
Okay.
these rituals suck.
All right. Well, this was fun, you guys, but I gotta get going.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same.
Thank
See
you,
y'all
Gary.
next week.
Yeah, take
Thanks,
care,
everyone.
guys. Thanks, Gary.
I'm
Bye.
so glad I can talk some now.
Yeah.
No, you sound excellent compared to what
Yeah, it got actually better as the session went.